Chapter 1609. When Zi-Chin woke up again, he found himself lying on a soft bed, and his injuries had mostly healed. "Little guy, you're awake." As soon as he moved, Zi-Chin heard Old Man Shenker's voice. Zi-Chin sat up with difficulty. The bloody holes on his body had already scabbed over, but they hadn't completely healed yet. Old Man Shenker sat next to him, staring at the abacus in his hand, calculating something. "You don't have to risk your life for spirit crystals. If it weren't for me, you would have died already. See, to save you this time, I spent a total of 1,100 spirit crystals. I hope your harvest this time is enough to cover the cost." The old man raised the abacus in his hand, then looked at Zi-Chin. "You didn't look at my storage bag?" Zi-Chin asked curiously. Old Man Shenker curled his lips and said, "It's just a broken storage bag. What's there to look at?" Zi-Chin took out the storage bag and threw it to the old man, saying, "Count my harvest. Later, I want to sell you a piece of information. At the same time, I want to summon something." Old Man Shenker stared deeply at Zi-Chin, and that stare made Zi-Chin's hair stand on end. Fortunately, the old man's attention was immediately attracted by the contents of the storage bag. The beating hearts were surging with powerful energy. Among them, there was a heart with a bloody hole that was extremely eye-catching, another royal, and a late-stage 7th-tier one. The old man's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he exclaimed, "There's another royal! Kid, tell me, did you go deep into the Dax plane? How did you even meet a late-stage royal? We'll talk about that later. Let's count my harvest first." The old man's gaze fell on the late-stage heart again. Then he sighed and said, "What a pity. This heart should have been worth 5,000. But because it lost a lot of power, it's only worth 3,000 at most." Zi-Chen's mouth twitched. Just one stab, and he wasted 2,000 spirit crystals. That was really extravagant, but it was still better than being killed. The spirit crystal old man quickly calculated the total. There were 7,600 spirit crystals in total. After deducting the 1,000 and 1,100 spirit crystals that he owed, Zi-Chin still had 5,500 spirit crystals left. "The boots and inner armor are damaged. They need to be repaired," Zi-Chin said. The old man nodded and said, "During the few days you were unconscious, you still have 4,500 left." Zi-Chin glared at the old man. "Just the repair alone costs 1,000 spirit crystals. Why don't you just rob someone?" The old man curled his lips and said, "You call that damaged? It's almost scrapped. All right, cut the crap. Tell me your news." The old man appeared to be impatient. "Let's talk about this later. I want to know if you have a way for me to summon other things." "What do you want to summon?" "An original weapon." "It's not a weapon. It's a very special item. As long as the price is high enough not to mention one, even 10 wouldn't be a problem." "What's the price?" The old man shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure about that. Can you walk? If you can, come with me." Zi-Chin got up, ignoring his injuries, and followed Old Man Shenker. His current combat power was less than 1/10 of what it was in the outside world. He urgently needed to improve his combat power. Summoning the Wuji Danding might bring about an unexpected effect. Old Man Shenker led Zi-Chin to the back of the grocery store. There was a very conspicuous black wall. The old man reached out and tapped the wall from the side. A crack appeared in the wall, and then the stone walls on both sides slowly opened to both sides. A spacious room appeared in Zi-Chin's line of sight. The room was filled with crisscrossing lights. Zi-Chin stared at the lights in a daze. His expression gradually became solemn. He looked at the old man and asked, "These are the rules?" "Yes, the rules of this world." The old man nodded and said, "If you want something, enter it and use your perception to manifest it. Then you will know the price you have to pay." Zi-Chin didn't delve into it. Instead, he asked in confusion, "You completely control the rules?" The old man smiled and said, "How is that possible? We discovered this place by accident. It can be considered a magical part of this world. Little guy, don't hesitate. Hurry up and summon whatever you want. However, I have to remind you that it is impossible to summon a domain world. Zichen nodded and walked towards the crisscrossing lights in front of him. After taking a step, Zichen saw that there were many marks on the ground. They were densely packed and crisscrossing in a very orderly manner. Zichen stepped forward. The many lights fell on Zichen's body. Then a cold and dignified voice sounded in Zichen's knowledge sea. Mortal, tell me your request. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. Mortal? Could the owner of the voice be a god? A pressure descended, suppressing Zichen so much that he couldn't breathe. Zichen's face instantly turned pale. He sensed some kind of anger from this pressure. Zichen calmed his mind and outlined the appearance of the everlasting pill cauldron in his mind. A palm-sized pill cauldron appeared in Zichen's knowledge sea. In the next moment, this pill cauldron was projected above Zichen's head. When Old Man Shanker saw the pill cauldron appear above Zichen's head, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. He didn't understand why Zichen would summon a cauldron. Was he preparing to refine pills? Zichen only had a single pill cauldron on him. It had an extraordinary origin and was known as the primordial object of heaven and earth. If he wanted to summon it, he was afraid that the price he would have to pay would be too great. So, Zichen decided to use his mind's eye. He only projected the appearance of the pill cauldron, but didn't outline it in detail. Moreover, he deliberately reduced the size of the pill cauldron by lot. At this moment, the blurry pill cauldron in Old Man Shanker's eyes was simply an ordinary thing. He even felt a little pity for Zichen. If he wanted a pill cauldron, he had plenty of them here. Why go through so much trouble? The illusory pill cauldron disappeared, and the pressure that shrouded this space also disappeared. As for the light that filled the sky, it gathered together to form a shining crystal. The crystal slowly descended and landed in Zichen's hand. His face couldn't help but turn pale. This price, isn't it a little too great? How is it? What price do you have to pay? Asked Old Man Shanker when he saw Zichen walk out. 1,000 alien hearts. Zichen put away the spirit crystal and smiled bitterly. What, 1,000? The first time you summoned, and it was for a broken cauldron. You actually want 1,000 alien hearts? Zichen nodded. Right now, he was somewhat unsure whether he had profited from his little scheme or had suffered a great loss after being discovered. Seeing Zichen's expression change, Old Man Shanker asked, Then do you still want to summon? Of course. Zichen didn't hesitate. That broken cauldron is very useful. If you want, I can give you 8 or 10 of those cauldrons for 1,000 alien hearts. The old man didn't understand. Zichen shook his head and didn't explain. All right, let's talk about the information now. Seeing that Zichen had made up his mind, the old man didn't say anything else. The alien races of the Dax Plains want to attack this city. Zichen put away his disappointment and started to talk about the important matter. What? The old man looked at Zichen with an expression that said, Are you joking? This time, I didn't go deep into the Dax Plains at all. These were all killed outside. Moreover, I risked my life and heard the alien experts say this with my own ears. Zichen looked at the old man and said, It's up to you to believe it or not. The old man had a heavy expression on his face. Little fellow, you mustn't joke about this matter. If what you say is true, the Royal Sky City will give you a huge merit. But if it's false, the price you have to pay for this joke is something you won't be able to bear. Zichen wasn't scared by the old man and said directly, You can go and investigate if you want to believe it or not. In any case, I heard it with my own ears. As for whether the alien race said this intentionally or not, you don't have to worry at all. After all, I killed 2 members of their royal family. If they knew that I was there, they wouldn't make such a joke. The old man nodded and fell into deep thought. Zichen said again, Didn't you say that there would be a reward? You can judge whether this is true or not. But before that, you can give me a big storage pouch in advance. If it's true, you can give me the storage pouch. If it's false, I'll return it to you later. Don't you have a storage pouch on you? Do you think a storage pouch of 1 square meter can hold 1,000 alien hearts? The old man couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. Just for a broken cauldron, is it worth it? Zichen smiled mysteriously. Maybe he will give you a huge shock. The old man stared into Zichen's eyes. Zichen wasn't afraid at all and returned his gaze. Fine, I'll believe you this time. This is a 3-meter storage pouch. It should be enough for you to use. The old man took out a storage pouch from his robes. Zichen received it and extended his spiritual sense. Instantly, a look of joy appeared on his face, because this 3-meter storage pouch was not only 3 meters long and 3 meters wide, it was also 3 meters tall. It was a cube. After receiving the storage pouch, Zichen asked for some pills. This time, the number of pills Zichen needed was undoubtedly a huge number. It took up almost half of the spirit crystals. Next, Zichen would use the spirit crystals to recover his energy. Didn't you say that the alien races have already gathered? Could it be that you want to go out again? I'm not that stupid. I'll heal first. After I'm healed, I'll think of a way to hunt the alien races. If the alien races really attack the city, you might be safer in the city, the old man said as he watched Zichen preparing to leave. Zichen shook his head and said, when the time comes, there will definitely be many experts in the city. So will the alien races. I don't want to be noticed and slapped to death. Zichen's battle strength was good. Once the city was attacked, it would be easy for him to kill ordinary 7th-rank aliens. However, because it was too easy, he would attract too much attention. If he was careless and was slapped to death by Zhu Chong, he would probably be slapped to death. The old man didn't stop Zichen anymore. Instead, he said, you better keep a low profile. I recently heard that someone came here to look for Zichen. Zichen's expression changed slightly. He turned around and gave old man Schenker a grateful look. Then he put away his long blade and dragon piercer and walked back to his residence. Before leaving, he also changed his appearance. In this place, Zichen barely knew Wharton except for old man Schenker. Now that someone was looking for him, it obviously wasn't Wharton. Chapter 1610. Zichen's injuries were very serious and required a period of time to heal. During this period, Zichen didn't leave his room. But in this Royal Sky City, where there were only 7th-level adventurers and 9th-level guards, an 8th-level cultivator suddenly appeared. The arrival of the other party was very sudden, causing everyone to be taken aback. But after hearing that the other party was here to look for someone, they didn't think too much of it. The Imperial Sky region occupied 3 cities, and these 3 cities were collectively known as Imperial Sky City. They were divided into 3 layers, representing the 3 realms. Occasionally, people from other cities would come here to look for people, but most of them were from clans that wanted to provide some help to the younger generation. This 8th-layer cultivator was here to look for Zichen, and through the scum wandering outside, he quickly found out about Zichen's whereabouts. Zichen didn't change his appearance, and with the 3 weapons, it was actually very easy to find him. The 8th-layer cultivator was very surprised that he could find Zichen. Originally, he thought that Zichen had died in the Desert of Death. But when he thought about the price he had to pay to come here, his heart couldn't help but tremble. This time, the Wang clan had made sufficient preparations. Other than the 7th-layer cultivator, they also sent the 8th-layer cultivator, a total of 5 8th-layer cultivators, and he was the only one that successfully made it here. After finding Zichen, the next step was to contact the other Wang clan members. When the second wave of Wang clan cultivators entered the battlefield of despair, there were also 7th-layer cultivators who made it here alive. But compared to the number of people who entered, it was a lot less. These people were scattered all over the city, intending to find out about Zichen's whereabouts. But Zichen seemed to have evaporated from this city. They knew that Zi-chun was recuperating because his injuries were too serious. Once his injuries were healed, he would definitely come out again and go out to hunt again. In the blink of an eye, Zi-chun had already been recuperating for 7 days. During these 7 days, Old Man Schenker had already reported the matter of the foreign invaders attacking the city. However, it didn't receive the attention it deserved, because this matter was too inconceivable. It seemed that ever since the Imperial Sky City was occupied by the human race, such a situation had never happened. However, due to Old Man Schenker's strong request, the cultivators of Imperial Sky City still sent some people to investigate the Dax Plains. Unfortunately, these people were all at Tier 7 and were unable to venture deep into the Dax Plains. Naturally, they were unable to see the foreign army. As soon as they reached the outskirts, they were discovered by the foreign army, and a battle broke out. Some of them came back alive and reported that there were indeed many foreign races in the periphery, but they didn't find any foreign race army. The higher-ups signaled for the guards to be on guard, but they didn't ask for help from the other 2 cities. After a while, the foreign races in the Dax Plains would appear. It was said that there were too many of them, so they needed to expend some resources. This time they didn't mind. 10 whole days passed before Zi-chun's injuries were completely healed. When he walked out of the room, he had already changed his appearance. First, he went to the market and made a round. After haggling, he used 3 crystals to buy a weapon. After that, he bought some cheap food and water. Then he took the weapon and carried a bag on his back and walked out of the city. With a 3-meter-long storage bag, Zi-chun could store all of his weapons inside. It was impossible for the Wang family to find Zi-chun through the previous information. Zi-chun still believed what he heard that day. The foreign races would definitely come knocking on his door. At that time, if Zi-chun was still in the city, even if he wasn't killed by the foreign races, he would definitely be killed by the Wang family. It was already full of danger, and Zi-chun didn't want to be surrounded by enemies. Leaving was Zi-chun's only choice. Walking out of the city, Zi-chun clearly discovered that the number of adventurers outside the city had increased. They were using their sharp eyes to stare at the adventurers who were leaving. Everyone's gaze swept past Zi-chun, who was holding a shabby weapon in the early 7th stage, and they completely lost interest in him. Faintly, Zi-chun heard someone muttering, "Why is that guy's injuries still not healed?" Zi-chun headed straight for the Dax Plains. That place was very dangerous, but it had attracted many powerful adventurers. These adventurers were all experts on the same level as Wharton. Even if they discovered humans, they couldn't be bothered to attack. In their eyes, the foreign races were the most valuable. When he was a day away from the Dax Plains, Zi-chun suddenly changed his path. It seemed like he was going to go around the Dax Plains. Zi-chun's journey took an entire 5 days. He directly went around the most likely place for the foreign races to appear. If the foreign races were determined to invade the human cities, they would definitely travel in a straight line. The Dax race's forces had all gathered, but unlike the human world's armies, they didn't move in an orderly fashion. Instead, they were very lazy, moving in groups of 3 to 5, and some were even alone, moving towards the human world from a certain distance away. Early in the morning, the foreign races received the order to clear out all the humans on the outskirts. Thus, all of them moved out. Apart from this, many 9th-level experts appeared among the foreign races. They turned into streaks of light, heading towards the human cities in a straight line. From a visual estimate, there were no less than 50 9th-level experts. Moreover, there was still an endless stream of experts behind them. From the depths of the Dax Plains, they had spent a long period of time. They had purposely gathered at the outskirts and spent another period of time. However, in less than a day, they had arrived at the human cities. When the powerful auras of the foreign races appeared in the line of sight of the guards, their expressions changed drastically. Then the alarm sounded. This city, which had been peaceful for who knew how many years, finally welcomed its first baptism of war. Although the defensive formation had been activated immediately, faced with the attacks of the foreign races, the humans began to die en masse. Before the human reinforcements could arrive, the foreign races had already broken through the city and led their army into the city. The foreign races, on the other hand, had only used a single day. Thus, the city had been conquered. When the news spread, it caused an uproar. A city had been conquered in a single day. Firstly, it was because they had been caught off guard. But more importantly, it was because this city had always abided by the rules of the battlefield of despair. There were not many ninth-level cultivators guarding this place, and there were no true powerhouses among them. Those guards were all unwilling to go out and hunt the foreign races. Although their cultivation levels seemed high, without the incisive flames of war here, their battle prowess was not high at all. Apart from this, the Dax foreign races had already prepared meticulously for a long time. They had even mobilized many of their main forces, which was why they were able to defeat the Imperial Sky City, the base of the 7th level adventurers. As such, the human 7th level cultivators would have to fend for themselves when they arrived here. They would not be able to provide any support. After successfully conquering the city, the foreign races did not wantonly destroy it. In truth, there were many things that they were unable to destroy. For example, the ancient city walls, the towering 7th level military board, and the golden words on it. They did not even have the ability to destroy a small general store. It was said that this city was under the protection of the rules. Once they destroyed something that represented a special meaning, it would be equivalent to breaking the rules, and they would be punished. The rumor that the Royal Sky City originally existed was verified. This was something left behind by the original world. This was also the reason why, until now, the words Royal Sky City still didn't appear on the entrance of the Royal Sky City. Zi-Chen was not clear about the fall of the 7th level stronghold. He just happened to go around the foreign race army and entered the depths of the Dax Plains. As if it was because they had turned out in full force, Zi-Chen rarely encountered any Dax foreign race experts along the way. Most of them were at the 7th level. As such, Zi-Chen began to slaughter without any hesitation. However, he was a lot more careful when he was killing. Although he did not know that the Imperial Sky City had been invaded, Zi-Chen had a faint feeling that once the foreign races invaded, the humans who did not care much would not be able to defend against them. Thus, even if Zi-Chen had to expend a bit of energy, he was determined not to let himself be injured. As for the energy he expended, he could slowly recover it. After all, he had spirit crystals that could recover energy, as well as inner armor that could recover energy. The foreign races had taken over the first city of the Imperial Sky region, but they were not satisfied. They quickly mobilized their army and began to move towards the second city. However, this time, the Imperial Sky region was prepared, and the foreign races were destined to return without success. The foreign races who were successfully repelled could only helplessly defend the first city. What followed was a war of attrition between the two sides. It was very difficult for the foreign races to take down the second city, but it was also extremely difficult for the human experts to reclaim the first city. As time passed, the number of humans who went out to train without any support gradually increased. At the same time, the Dax foreign race's territory also increased. This was very suitable for Zi-Chen. Thus, he specifically targeted a few foreign races who were alone to kill. At the Desperate Soldiers ranking, which was where Zi-Chen had first reported, there were foreign races who were paying attention to the rankings of the human adventurers. Apart from being able to see the top 100 rankings, they could also see the situation of all the 7th level human contribution points. During the time when they had taken over the city, the foreign races had been paying attention to the rankings. Among them, there were two names that attracted the foreign race's attention. One was called Zi-Chen, and the other was called Wharton. Wharton's contribution points had already reached 6,000. In other words, he had already killed 6,000 foreign races. Moreover, this number was increasing every day, ranging from a few to a dozen. As for that person called Zi-Chen, he only had a few hundred contribution points. It could be seen that he was still a rookie among the humans who had just entered this world. However, his contribution points were increasing extremely quickly. Every day he would kill at least a dozen, and on a single day he would kill as many as 40. In other words, there were dozens of 7th-level foreign races that died at the hands of this human called Zichen every day. Unfortunately, they could only see the increase in contribution points, but not the human's position. This made the foreign races extremely angry. News of the loss of Imperial Sky City quickly spread through the mouths of the foreign races. Zichen, who had hundreds of foreign hearts in his storage pouch, naturally knew of this news. At this point, Zichen knew that there was no turning back. If the cauldron spirit he summoned didn't have the effect he had imagined, Zichen would be exhausted to death. Furthermore, because he had killed hundreds of enemies, Zichen's spirit crystals had been greatly depleted. Gradually, he began to show signs of exhaustion. Chapter 16:11. A loud and joyful dragon roar reverberated through the plains, and the image of a dragon appeared on the dragon's soul spear. Looking ahead, the alien that had been pierced by the spear was shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if all the energy and vitality in his body had been sucked out. A string of information appeared in Zichen's mind. Devour the vitality, soul, and energy of all life forms. Feedback the vitality, soul power, and spiritual power of all life forms according to your will. The minimum amount is 1%. As these two strings of information disappeared, Zichen felt a sudden surge of rich energy from the spear. This energy contained vitality, energy, and soul power, and it flowed into Zichen's body. The energy that Zichen had expended in the previous attack was instantly replenished. Feeling the replenishment of energy, Zichen was overjoyed. He wanted nothing more than to hug the dragon soul spear and give it a kiss. However, in the next moment, he let out a strange cry and looked at the alien in front of him. He saw that all the vitality in his body had been sucked out. Even his beating heart had withered and lost all its energy. Although he had recovered the energy he had expended, he had lost a heart. This price was too great. Because of the dragon roar and Zichen's strange cry, it naturally attracted the attention of the other alien races. A small group of alien races appeared in Zichen's line of sight. The leader was a mid-stage, 7th-stage cultivator, and the rest were all early-stage, 7th-stage cultivators. There was a total of 8 of them. This small group was preparing to head to a human city. They were attracted by the commotion just now and rushed over. When they discovered traces of humans, their eyes flashed with savagery as they flew over. Zichen put away his spear and charged towards the 8 alien races with his long saber in hand. After 8 consecutive attacks, Zichen had expended 20% of his energy and obtained 8 powerful beating hearts. After more than a month of killing, Zichen had accumulated 498 alien hearts. He originally had 499, but the Dragon Soul Spear had wasted 1 heart. He was 1 step closer to summoning the cauldron with 1,000 hearts. After killing the enemy, Zichen quickly left. The Dragon Soul Spear had awakened 2 special effects, but Zichen still didn't understand the feedback effect. He needed to understand it more. After finding a safe place, Zichen ate some cold barbecued meat and began to study the Dragon Soul Spear. Speaking of which, for the sake of roasting meat, Zichen was almost killed by the alien races. Zichen understood the Devouring Soul's special effect very well. It was the Devouring special effect. However, in the following feedback, there was actually a feedback based on one's thoughts, and it was at least 1%. What does this feedback mean? Zichen murmured, "It is feedback according to your heart, Master." A voice appeared in Zichen's sea of consciousness. Dragon Soul. Upon hearing this voice, Zichen was not surprised but delighted. He could tell that this voice belonged to the Dragon Soul. "Yes, Master." The Dragon Soul's voice sounded again. "You can actually speak? That means you've been recognized by this world," Zichen said in surprise. "Yes, I can manifest a dragon shadow here, but it's only the Devouring Soul technique," the Dragon Soul explained. As for the feedback, it can be done according to my wishes, but it's at least 1% and at most 10%. The other 90% will be refined and compressed during the devouring process. Zi Chen understood this point. Whether it was him or the dragon's soul, the purity of energy was almost to a strict degree. This was also the reason why Zi Chen could only recover 30% of his strength, while others of the same level could recover 100% of their strength with a single spirit crystal. What was the feedback just now? 1%. 1% was already a lot of energy, and once the feedback was 10%, it could almost restore 100% of Zi Chen's strength. However, thinking about it, all the energy of a 7th-tier alien race was only enough to restore Zi Chen's energy once. It was really extravagant. But it had to be said that the awakening of the Dragon Soul Spear's special effect was very timely. This way, Zi Chen didn't have to worry about not having enough spirit crystals. Zi Chen's tightly furrowed brows relaxed. He already had a plan in mind, but he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Can the devouring soul be controlled? For example, can I keep a complete heart?" "It's completely controllable, Master." The Dragon Soul's answer made Zi Chen overjoyed. This way, Zi Chen didn't have to worry about anything. Just like in the outside world, although he didn't have the domain realm now, he had the Dragon Soul Spear in hand, which gave him endless power. And this way, relying on the Dragon Soul Spear and the Star Illusion Dragon Spike special effect, even if Zi Chen encountered an 8th-tier alien race, he would have the power to fight. The battle between the humans and the aliens was still ongoing, because as long as the humans couldn't reclaim the lost cities, the invading 7th-tier humans wouldn't have any supplies. Moreover, there were still many humans in the 7th-tier region. Without supplies, they would only die faster. Regarding this huge loss, the higher-ups in charge of Imperial Sky City would have to pay a certain price for their negligence. Time passed, and soon another month had passed. The number of alien hearts Zi Chen had collected had almost reached 900, and this increase of 400 per month had completely attracted the attention of the aliens. However, no one was able to catch Zi Chen. Success was right in front of him, but Zi Chen was becoming more and more cautious. In the Dax Plains, teams of aliens appeared one after another. They were less than 1 li away from each other. This way, if there was any danger, both sides could look out for each other. Zi Chen hid underground and spread out his spiritual senses to observe these two teams. In order to prevent the human adventurers from attacking them, the aliens had arranged for a late-stage, 7th-tier existence to be in each team. Some teams even had 8th-tier experts. Zi Chen had been waiting in ambush for a long time and had discovered more than 20 teams of aliens. However, he had only found an opportunity to attack once. This situation had already persisted for 3 whole days. In other words, Zi Chen had returned empty-handed in the past 3 days. The alien who was still checking the increase of his contribution points smiled knowingly. This guy called Zi Chen was finally suppressed. It had been 5 days, but his contribution points had not increased. However, before he could fully smile, he saw that Zi Chen's contribution points were actually increasing again. "Damn it, what's going on?" An angry roar rang out. After 5 days without any gains, Zi Chen could not wait any longer. He might as well go all out. He shot out from the ground and transformed into a ray of light, flying forward. A small team of 8 foreign beings appeared in front of them. The most powerful being in the team was a late-stage, 7th-tier Ascension Stage being. Aside from that, there was another small team of 8 that was led by a late-stage, 7th-tier foreign being. The moment Zi Chen appeared, he was discovered by the 2 teams of aliens. In an instant, killing intent gathered on the plains. Zi Chen, who was charging forward, was getting closer and closer to the first team. However, the second team was still on the way. He instantly accelerated and rushed towards one of the early-stage, 7th-tier aliens. Pooh! After killing hundreds of aliens, Zi Chen's control of his strength was perfect. With a slash of his blade, the alien died. At the same time, Zichen moved with extreme speed and dodged several attacks. Pooh! Pooh! During this period of time, Zichen relied on his uncanny speed to kill another 2 outsider experts. After killing the 3 outsiders, he was surrounded by 13 outsiders. Among them, there were even 2 7th-level late-stage experts. Kill! With an explosive shout, the 13 of them charged toward Zichen. Zichen's current speed was not enough to dodge all the attacks. Hence, he dodged a few fatal attacks and allowed the others to land on Zichen's body. Immediately, several wounds appeared on Zichen's body. Some were so deep that his bones could be seen. Swoosh! At the same time, Zichen counterattacked. A strong light flashed, and Zichen tapped on the body of one of the aliens. At the same time, he transmitted a thought to himself. 3%. 3% was the energy that came from not devouring the heart. Not only could it replenish one's energy, the life force within could also heal Zichen's wounds. The alien's body instantly shriveled. As Zichen withdrew his spear, a pure energy entered Zichen's body. The small wounds on Zichen's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the deep wounds stopped bleeding and formed scabs. Of course, during this process the battle continued. Zichen, who had just recovered from his injuries, would have several more wounds on his body. However, as long as Zichen struck out with his spear, it did not matter if he could kill the enemy. As long as he hit the enemy, he would be able to devour their energy. Facing such a strange attack from Zichen, the aliens were all shocked. However, with so many of them, it was impossible for them to escape. Thus, one alien after another fell in front of Zichen. Many of their bodies were completely shriveled up, leaving only their hearts intact. Zichen's black robe had no less than 30 cuts, all caused by this battle. However, under the 30 cuts, there were only 7 or 8 large wounds. There were only a few white scars on the other parts of his body. Soon, 14 of the team of 16 were killed. Only 2 of the strongest were left. Their faces were filled with shock. Not only did this human have a strange weapon, his recovery ability was also astonishing. Pooh! The long spear in Zichen's hand trembled. Because of the fear of the long spear, the strange being retreated. Zichen quickly followed up. This time, he directly pulled out the dragon spike and pierced it into the strange being's heart. Ignoring defense, killing in one strike, the last alien saw that the situation was bad and turned to run. The sharp black saber turned into a ray of black light and stabbed into the back of the alien's heart. Immediately after, a surge of energy gushed out from the black saber and destroyed the alien's soul. At this point, the team of 16 was completely wiped out. Soon, the next wave of aliens would arrive. Zichen hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield. After taking away the 16 hearts, the new aliens had already discovered him. However, Zichen did not stay. He sped up and ran, completely disregarding the cost of his escape. This was because, after months of fighting, Zichen had finally killed 1,000 aliens. This was also why Zichen, who had always been cautious, was now risking his life. Chapter 1612. Among the Dax race, there was a rumor that a human rookie who had just entered the battlefield of despair possessed great battle prowess. The 2 teams of pursuers saw Zichen from afar and began to pursue him with all their might. To be able to kill 2 teams by himself, it was clear that Zichen was the human they were talking about. As for that human, the moment they discovered him, they would kill him with all their might. The 2 teams continued to pursue him, flanking him from both sides. Apart from that, one of the Dax race members suddenly turned back to call for reinforcements. During the chase, more and more pursuers appeared behind Zichen. In response, Zichen could only flee with all his might. Now that he had enough hearts, Zichen only needed to summon the everlasting pill cauldron. As for these Dax race members, it didn't matter if he killed them or not. However, The pursuers behind had set their sights on Zichen and were determined to kill him. After fleeing for about 15 minutes, Zichen sensed a powerful aura behind him. This aura had already surpassed the 7th stage, reaching the 8th stage. Damn it! Zichen's expression changed as he cursed. He directly activated his boots' 10% speed boost and shot forward like a streak of light. At this moment, Zichen didn't care about consumption at all. Very quickly, the early and mid-stage 7th stage cultivators were left far behind. As for the late-stage 7th stage cultivators, they still hadn't given up. At the very front was an early-stage 8th stage cultivator. Zichen, who was fleeing with all his might, expended a lot of energy. During this time, he scanned his surroundings, trying to see if there were any life forms around. After flying for several kilometers, Zichen finally discovered a beast. It was a Dax black wolf. Because the Dax race wanted to attack Imperial Sky City, all the beasts in the Dax plains had been chased out. Zichen quickly shot towards the Dax black wolf. Sensing danger, the black wolf howled and turned to flee. All feedback. Zichen transmitted a thought, and the spear in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning that pierced through the black wolf's body. Zichen's body did not stop. His long spear carried the black wolf forward at an extremely fast speed. On the spear, the black wolf that was pierced through struggled madly, emitting miserable cries. But it was unable to break free from being swallowed up by the dragon's soul. Soon it shriveled up. A dense energy entered Zichen's body through the spear, and Zichen's energy was instantly restored. Zichen didn't slow down at all as he flew. Soon, the late 7th tier outsider was left far behind. However, the early 8th tier outsider was getting closer and closer to Zichen. It was as if they were determined to kill Zichen. They would not give up at all. Just like that, the chase continued for 4 hours. During this time, Zichen had recovered his energy several times, and the outsiders were also recovering their energy. Apart from the two of them, all the other pursuers gave up. Very quickly, another 4 hours passed. Both of them had expended a lot of energy. However, upon seeing that the humans were once again brimming with energy, the 8th stage being flew into a rage. Every time the humans ran out of energy, such a situation would occur. If this continued, his strength would be depleted. When that happened, he would no longer be able to catch up to the humans. In fact, after discovering how strange the humans were, he knew that it would be very difficult to catch up to them. Now he couldn't give chase, but he also couldn't give chase. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly discovered that the humans in front of him had stopped, and their bodies were once again brimming with energy. Looking at the cold eyes of the humans, the 8th stage being suddenly had a bad feeling. However, it was clearly impossible for him to escape at this moment. He turned into a streak of light and chased after the humans. In front of him, Zichen rushed over with his spear. Since this guy was courting death, Zichen didn't mind harvesting the heart of the 8th stage being. Clang! The spear was blocked by a large saber. A powerful force surged, and Zichen was forced to retreat a few steps. The 8th stage being pushed off the ground and shot toward Zichen, slashing down with a large saber in his hand. Zichen exerted strength in his back, bending his body, and the saber almost brushed past Zichen's cheek. After dodging this attack, Zichen pulled out his saber, and a flash of saber light shot forward. Then, clanging sounds rang out continuously, and energy surged wildly in the forest. As soon as the battle began, the 8th stage being had the upper hand, and Zichen gradually realized the difference between the two. However, Zichen's calm response also caused the 8th stage being to suffer a lot. The 8th stage being was very powerful, but he had used up too much energy in the chase. After the 8th stage being was forced back by Zichen, he suddenly threw away the long saber in his hand and glared at Zichen angrily, as if saying, "You've angered me. Prepare to die." Zichen suddenly felt a life and death crisis in his heart. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran. Roar! A deafening roar came from behind, and a strong wind blew in the forest, and a murderous aura surged wildly. Zi-Chin ran even faster, and in the blink of an eye he was 200 meters away, and then he looked back. Behind the 8th stage being, a tall beast shadow suddenly appeared. This beast shadow looked like a high-level life form launching a powerful attack. The huge beast shadow stared at Zi-Chin with cold eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out from its eyes. Zi-Chin let out a scream and sped up to escape. Wherever he went, dark red blood flowed out. 2 bloody holes appeared on his body in an instant. The beast shadow behind him gradually disappeared. The 8th stage being, who had consumed a lot of energy, shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that he escaped. The current situation was obviously not suitable for pursuit. Looking in the direction where the human fled, he turned around and left. The human could only escape to the secluded forest, and there was only death in the secluded forest. The secluded forest was very dangerous, but the periphery was relatively safer. That was Zi-Chen's ultimate goal. The attack from the beast I was very strong, and it injured Zi-Chen. Moreover, the injury healed very slowly. The Dragon Soul Spear reflected energy several times before it gradually showed signs of improvement. Zi-Chen went all the way to the outside of the secluded forest, and then opened up a safe area of a few hundred meters before sitting down. Next, it was time to carry out the divine summoning. During this time, for safety, Zi-Chan used spirit crystals to recover his energy to peak condition, and his injuries were also completely healed. He took out the blood-colored crystal. This was a one-time use item. As long as Zi-Chin gathered the hearts of the outsiders, he could crush it. Zi-Chin opened his storage bag and poured out the hearts. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found a total of 1,000 hearts. Now, Zi-Chin only had 4 left in his storage bag. After thinking about it, Zi-Chan kept 4 late-stage, 7th-stage hearts. In just a few months, he had gathered 1,000 hearts. One had to admit that Zi-Chen's killing speed was very fast. Of course, the continuous appearance of the outsiders in the periphery was also a very important reason. 1,000 hearts floated in the air, flashing with light and beating irregularly. It looked very shocking. Waves of power spread out in all directions, causing some strange sounds to ring out. Within the secluded forest, many small trees swayed as if they had been awakened by some kind of energy. They were very happy and stretched out their branches toward Zi-Chin. At the same time, some beasts appeared in the distance. They greedily looked at the beating hearts. Even if they could devour one, their strength would greatly increase. Those beating hearts were the most fatal temptation to them. However, beside the temptation, there was also a thick, baleful aura. This was the reason why they did not move forward. For a short period of time, Zi-Chen could still control the situation. However, as time passed, even more powerful existences would arrive, and Zi-Chen did not have much time left. Zi-Chen immediately crushed the blood-colored crystal. After it exploded, rays of light shot out. These were all law rays, and they were like a large net that fell on those beating hearts. Then the law rays began to spin, and a black hole appeared in the center. The hearts were swallowed by the black hole. The branches of those small trees did not extend indefinitely. They stopped when they were 100 meters away from Zi-Chin. Their branches constantly trembled and slapped the ground, making strange sounds. They were anxious and unwilling. The other outsiders slowly moved forward, the greed in their eyes growing stronger. Their remaining reason seemed to be on the verge of disappearing. Zi-Chin stood with the spear in his hand, and the spear in his hand pierced straight towards the sky. A loud dragon roar resounded, and a huge dragon shadow appeared. The dragon's power spread out in all directions. The outsiders' hearts trembled, and their eyes that had gradually lost their reason were filled with fear once more. Some even directly knelt on the ground, not daring to move forward. The black hole grew larger and larger, and it swallowed faster and faster. Finally, the 1,000 hearts disappeared. Zi Chen's expression became nervous. He could not help but feel worried. What if the other party took the item and did not do anything? Or perhaps Pill Cauldron was not recognized by this world's laws. Just as Zi Chen was extremely nervous, the law rays closed again and entered Zi Chen's glabella. In an instant, Zi Chen clearly felt that his consciousness was connected to the everlasting Pill Cauldron. His face immediately filled with joy. Summon the everlasting Pill Cauldron. Zi Chen did not hesitate. With a thought, the everlasting Pill Cauldron appeared. This was a small cauldron the size of a palm. It looked simple and unadorned. There were many carvings of beasts around it, but they looked very blurry. However, such an ordinary-looking cauldron consumed 1,000 non-humankind hearts. When the everlasting Pill Cauldron appeared, Zi Chen clearly felt the world tremble. Then, a wave of law energy fell from the sky. Zi Chen could also feel endless anger from this energy. Bang! The energy fell, and Zi Chen was instantly sent flying. The everlasting Pill Cauldron appeared according to Zi Chen's thoughts. It was very ordinary and very dim. Even the carvings of beasts were not clear. But as soon as it appeared, the laws detected it. Then, they expressed their anger to Zi Chen. The moment Zi Chen was sent flying, the everlasting Pill Cauldron suddenly shook. Then, it burst out with a dazzling brilliance. With the everlasting Pill Cauldron as the center, the world's energy instantly became violent. Many forces surged, and even the space began to distort. A powerful suction force came from the Pill Cauldron, and the surrounding world's spirit energy was crazily swallowed by the Pill Cauldron. Then, the dim beast carvings around the Pill Cauldron gradually became clear. Roars of beasts came from the walls of the Pill Cauldron, one after another. The beast carvings became very clear and lifelike, as if they were all about to come to life. Zi Chen, who was sent flying, looked at this scene in a daze. He could not suppress the joy on his face. After causing such a big commotion, the Pill Cauldron should not be ordinary. Chapter 1613. The everlasting Pill Cauldron was still absorbing energy. Space twisted crazily, and the entire world changed color. The Pill Cauldron that came to this world was no longer simple and unadorned. It was no longer as low-key as before. Instead, it was extremely ostentatious, overbearing, and surging with boundless power. The Pill Cauldron trembled, causing the entire space to tremble as well. Boundless power spread out in all directions. The strange beasts that were attracted by the alien's heart were terrified. They fled in all directions. As for the small trees in the forest, they screamed in horror and quickly collected their branches. Around the Pill Cauldron, powerful and terrifying energy surged. But a white-robed old man stood in the middle of the surging energy, laughing heartily. The violent energy couldn't touch him at all. Seeing the power of the Pill Cauldron, Zi Chen quietly hid in a corner and laughed foolishly. Wang. The world shook as the power of rules appeared out of nowhere. They came from several directions, streaking across the sky and converging in the air, forming a large net of rules that spun towards the Pill Cauldron below. The white-robed old man looked up and saw the scene. He smiled faintly and said, "It's too late to seal it now." As soon as he finished speaking, the Pill Cauldron shook. The beast carvings on the walls seemed to come alive. All kinds of dragon roars and phoenix cries resounded. Ferocious auras were emitted. It was as if ancient beasts had appeared out of nowhere, roaring towards the large net of rules in the sky. As the world's rules, as the strongest existence in this world. Even if they didn't have a flexible mind, they were still enraged. The power of space between heaven and earth began to distort crazily. More power of rules appeared, fusing with each other, forming an even larger net that fell towards the Pill Cauldron. The terrifying pressure of rules was like the heavens pressing down. Roar! The ferocious ancient beasts roared. The illusory figures gradually solidified, as if real ancient beasts had awakened. They all soared into the sky and rushed towards the net of rules. Boom! A loud tremor resounded through the world. The falling net of rules paused for a moment. Boom! Boom! More tremors sounded. The entire sky was trembling. Many ancient beasts dissipated in the air, destroyed by the rules. But the entire net of rules became unstable and finally exploded with a loud bang. Due to the shattering of the laws between heaven and earth, a strange power spread out. This power spread out in all directions and was sensed by a few experts. Unfortunately, by the time they began to pay attention to all of this, everything had disappeared without a trace. The violent energy between heaven and earth disappeared, and the cauldron floated in the air. It once again became simple, majestic, and natural. The carvings of the beasts on the walls were so clear, so mighty, and so ferocious. The white-robed old man was still as spotless as before. He turned around and smiled at Zichen. "Senior," Zichen called out in surprise. Cauldron's spirit nodded and said, "Zichen, you have come to a good place." Zichen was stunned when he heard this. "Good place?" Cauldron's spirit smilingly replied, "A really good place." Zichen smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe this place is really good, but it has different rules from our world." Cauldron's spirit looked at Zichen and comforted him. "Don't be discouraged. Your achievements and potential in the Zhanmu continent have nearly reached their limits. But here, with the suppression of the rules, you will be able to unleash even greater potential." Greater potential? Zichen was puzzled. "When I was in your world, I tried to analyze the rules of power in this world and gain some insights. Speaking of which, I'm quite surprised that you were able to summon me here. Try to feel the rules here and try to integrate them into your body. Your power will grow once again." Zichen was pleasantly surprised when he heard that. He finally understood why Cauldron Spirit was able to understand his intentions and appeared in such a low-key manner just by rapidly transmitting his spiritual thought. But even so, Zichen had to bear the wrath of the rules. If Cauldron Spirit had not appeared in such a low-key manner, Zichen's punishment would have been even more severe. Perhaps the rules of heaven and earth would have sealed Cauldron Spirit. Zichen finally understood that his narrow-mindedness had indeed allowed him to deceive the rules. "Senior, you mean to say that you have grasped the rules of this world?" Zichen asked urgently. His face was filled with anticipation. "I have only scratched the surface. I need some time to familiarize myself with it," said Cauldron Spirit. "Then, can you refine something?" asked Zichen nervously. "What do you have on you? You can try it." Zichen had almost nothing on him that he could use. Suddenly, he recalled the alien heart in his storage pouch and hastily took one out. When Cauldron Spirit saw the alien heart, a ray of light flashed through its eyes, and it said, "This heart contains a kind of rule energy. I believe that Danding should be able to refine this rule energy, but I don't know how long it will take." As expected, Zichen was very excited. The reason the alien heart was so valuable was entirely because of the rule energy it contained. In the battlefield of despair, only those special existences who had been recognized by the rules could refine this kind of rule energy. However, this kind of refined rule energy was very precious. Most seventh-stage cultivators could not afford to use it. Even existences like Wharton would be very cautious when using it. "Senior, we have caused too much of a ruckus just now. Why don't we leave first?" suggested Zichen. "All right, I will take this opportunity to study the rules of this world," said Cauldron Spirit. Zichen then took out the other 3 alien hearts and handed them to Cauldron Spirit. Cauldron Spirit transformed into a ray of light and disappeared into the cauldron. Under Zichen's will, Danding shrunk to the size of palm. While Cauldron Spirit was shrinking, Zichen sensed that his soul energy was constantly being consumed. He couldn't help but curse. F***ck. Obviously, the rules of this world were unable to seal Cauldron's spirit. Instead, they had shifted the burden onto him. Now, whenever Ziqin activated Danding, he would consume a large amount of his soul energy. Vaguely, Ziqin seemed to see a repulsive, smiling face in the sky. After cursing angrily, Ziqin looked at the secluded forest ahead of him. His face immediately lit up with joy. His luck was pretty good. He had made the right bet. Danding had given him a huge surprise. Originally, Ziqin thought that Cauldron's spirit would need to spend some time in this world before it could manifest some of its techniques. However, Cauldron's spirit's techniques, at this moment, had greatly surprised him. Now that the alien races had already noticed him, it would undoubtedly be much more dangerous for him to go to the Dax plane to slaughter them. Ziqin could no longer go to the Dax plane, or rather, he wouldn't be going there in the near future. During this period of time, he could only rely on Cauldron's spirit and hope that Cauldron's spirit could bring him an even greater surprise. Therefore, while Cauldron's spirit was studying the alien hearts, Ziqin walked towards the secluded forest. He planned to first penetrate the secluded forest and then the desert of death. Ziqin entered the secluded forest with spear in hand. Actually, he did not know that the beginning of the battlefield of despair was actually the periphery of the secluded forest. After progressing one step at a time, one would become a true expert of this world. However, this was only true for those special existences who had been recognized by the edicts. Although Ziqin was not a special existence, having Cauldron's spirit by his side not only made up for his shortcomings, but also allowed him to concentrate even more. The secluded forest was very sensitive to the presence of humans. Therefore, when Ziqin arrived, he was immediately detected by the nearby saplings. Soon after, the saplings launched their attacks. Tree branches filled the sky as they shot towards Ziqin. They whistled through the air like spears. Ziqin unsheathed his long sword and drew a perfect circle in the air. The sharpness effect was activated and those tree branches were instantly severed. Immediately after, Ziqin shot his spear towards one of the saplings in front of him. PFFF. The spear pierced through the saplings and the soul-devouring effect was activated. The saplings shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a pure energy was fed back to Ziqin. The energy Ziqin had expended was instantly replenished. Immediately after, the blade in Ziqin's hand flashed again, and the saplings nearby were severed at the waist. After destroying 5 saplings, Ziqin obtained 5 portions of tree sap. Tree sap was considered the lowest currency in the battlefield of despair. 100 portions could only be exchanged for 1 spiritual crystal. However, it was said that those pharmacists only needed 80 portions of tree sap to successfully refine 1 spiritual crystal. In this way, the pharmacist only needed to refine 5 portions of tree sap to make a profit of 1 spiritual crystal. One could see how high the efficiency was. Just as Ziqin officially stepped onto the path of becoming an expert, news of the battlefield of despair's destruction of a city spread throughout the Imperial Sky domain. At the same time, there was also a statement regarding the summoning of experts. Of course, although it was called a summoning, it was actually a forceful demand. Moreover, most of them were 8th and 9th layers. After all, they had already lost the 7th layer city. Without any support, they would only be heading towards a dead end. The most urgent matter at hand was to retake the cities that belonged to the humans as soon as possible. It seemed to be rather difficult for the Cauldron spirit to refine the heart of a late 7th layer alien right off the bat. Even after half a day, the Cauldron spirit showed no signs of activity. During this half a day, Ziqin had successfully collected 100 portions of tree sap. He handed the tree sap to the Cauldron spirit and attempted to refine it. The refining process was very simple. Moments later, Ziqin obtained a spiritual crystal and half a wasted spiritual crystal. The first refinement could be considered a failure in the eyes of the cauldron spirit. However, if it were any other special existence, it would still be a satisfactory result. Zi-Chen stayed at the outer perimeter and began to collect tree sap. Due to the dragon soul spear, Zi-Chen no longer had to worry about the consumption of tree sap. The second time, the cauldron spirit successfully refined 2 spiritual crystals out of 100 portions of tree sap, which was 30 portions less than the usual amount. Zi-Chen was both surprised and excited by this result. If he were to return to a human city, Zi-Chen would have an endless supply of spiritual crystals at his disposal. In the blink of an eye, Zi-Chen had stayed in the secluded forest for 3 months. The quality of the tree sap grew higher and higher as he ventured deeper. In the end, he was able to refine 1 spiritual crystal out of every 30 portions of tree sap. Of course, it was very difficult for Zi-Chen to distinguish the quality of the tree sap. Only the cauldron spirit could recognize the quality of the tree sap at a glance. On a certain day after 3 months, Zi-Chen cut down a tree that was as tall as 2 men and took out a portion of tree sap called tree marrow. In the eyes of outsiders, it was equivalent to 100 portions of tree sap or 1 spiritual crystal. But in the eyes of the cauldron spirit, it was equivalent to 3 spiritual crystals. Chapter 16:14. The 4 edict fragments refined by cauldron spirit were relatively small. They were only about the size of pearls. However, they were very pure and contained only 1 type of edict. Compared to the edict fragments previously sold in Imperial Sky City that were larger in size but contained a chaotic array of edicts, they were undoubtedly much more concentrated. After 3 months, Zi-Chen had already ventured 10 miles into the secluded forest. All the trees in his path were chopped down. However, it would not be long before new trees would take shape. Therefore, it was impossible for outsiders to follow Zi-Chen's footsteps. After clearing out a spacious area, Zi-Chen signaled for the dragon soul to stand guard. Cauldron continued to refine the tree pith while Zi-Chen refined the 4 edict fragments. Among the 4, 2 represented strength, 1 represented agility, and 1 represented speed. Zi-Chen first refined the energy fragments and familiarized himself with the edict of this place. 3 days later, the 2 fragments representing the edict of strength were completely refined. Zi-Chen spent another day familiarizing himself with the edict. When he drew his blade again, Zi-Chen could already produce 2 blade lights with a single swing of his blade. In just 3 short days, Zi-Chen's strength had nearly doubled. Of course, this strength was still far from being comparable to the outside world. Subsequently, Zi-Chen's agility and speed were only slightly improved. The effect was negligible. A new batch of spiritual crystals was successfully refined. This time, there were a total of 35 spiritual crystals. Zi-Chen had only provided 10 portions of the essence. In addition to the 35 spiritual crystals, Zi-Chen also obtained a tiny fragment of the Edict of Life. It was about the size of a fingernail, but it was a rarely seen Edict of Life. After refining the Edict of Life, Han Shua's comprehension of the Edict of Life had increased. It would also be of great help in the recovery of his vitality. This was an unexpected surprise. Therefore, Zi-Chen began to search for more tree pith so that he could obtain even more fragments of the Edict of Life. Zi-Chen put in a lot of effort into his attacks. Perhaps because he had been attacking so many times, Zi-Chen's comprehension of the Edict of Strength had also increased. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he could produce 3 blade lights with a single swing of his blade. During this time, trees fell one after another, and tree marrow was collected by Zi-Chen. Through the refinement of the pill furnace, Zi-Chen obtained more and more fragments of the laws of life. The more tree marrow Dan Ding refined at once, the higher the chances of successfully condensing the law of life. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. The battle between the humans and the aliens was still going on, attracting more and more powerful beings. But it had nothing to do with Zi-Chen. Outside the secluded woods, The non-humankind's encirclement and annihilation of the human race had been very successful. However, most of those who had died were the weak ones. Those who were truly strong were constantly making the non-humankind suffer great losses one after another. In Zichen's line of sight, a tree that was dozens of meters tall appeared. Its entire body, including every leaf, was glowing. This was a form of natural defense. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Zichen raised his saber and slashed out in the blink of an eye. A large number of flying branches were cut off. The saber light landed on the tree trunk, leaving 3 deep marks. After slashing out, Zichen instantly retreated. He knew that the effect of sharpness had been activated, but the other party's defense was very high. The tree screamed in pain and turned to attack Zichen fiercely. Its branches extended like snakes. They could quickly detect Zichen's direction and launch fatal attacks on Zichen. The long saber in Zichen's hand danced faster and faster. Every strike had a sharp effect, and the branches were cut off one after another. However, it was as if there was no end to these branches, and they were almost silent. Uft! He didn't know how long he had been killing like this. When Zichen found that there were no more branches around, he directly went forward and cut the tree in half. By then he had already used up 90% of his strength. He successfully dug out a tree crystal from the heart of the tree, but the light of the tree crystal had become very dim. Sure enough, this is the case. Zichen sighed. He knew that he had already reached his limit. If he went any further, there would be a huge inverse ratio between the gains and losses. The quality of this tree crystal was much higher than that of a spirit crystal. He could also condense life, law, fragments from it. Unfortunately, Zichen's combat strength was limited. Every time he would wait until the tree crystal was almost exhausted before he could kill it. As a result, he could only obtain high-quality spirit crystals. It was very rare for him to obtain life law fragments. Moreover, every time he killed one, Zichen would need to spend a lot of time and energy. It was really not worth the loss. Therefore, Zichen decided to return. Of course, on the way back, Zichen would kill some tree pith and obtain some life fragments. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since he summoned the cauldron. Zichen's strength had increased a little, and his understanding of the life law had deepened. Other than that, his biggest gain was the tens of thousands of spirit crystals on him. When he went out, Zichen suddenly heard a loud shout. Following the sound, he saw a human killing trees and searching for tree sap. The other party's strength was already at the mid-7th layer. His attacks were clean and efficient. Moreover, he used the most energy-conserving method to kill the trees. Even if he was injured in the process, he would strive to minimize the consumption. Every time he obtained a portion of tree sap, the other party would gently hold it and carefully keep it. Zichen watched the other party for a full quarter of an hour. During this quarter of an hour, Zichen saw the other party attack 3 times and obtain 3 portions of tree sap. He had less than 10% of his energy left, but Zichen did not see him absorb a single drop of tree sap. Soon, Zichen understood the reason behind this. The human city had fallen, and they could not obtain any spirit crystal supplies. They could only find their own way. Although there was tree sap in other places, the amount was much less than in the secluded forest. Therefore, the secluded forest was the best place. Sure enough, Zichen found traces of several humans. They were all here for the tree sap. Zichen shook his head and walked out. His next destination would be the desert of death. As for whether these people lived or died, Zichen suddenly had a thought. He felt that since he had the ability, he should do something at this time. These people could survive until now. They were undoubtedly true powerhouses. Their purpose in coming to the battlefield of despair was to gain experience and strengthen themselves. They were different from those scumbags. After pondering for a while, a thought appeared in Zichen's mind. Thus, Zichen took out 3 weapons again and walked out. If he wanted to help others, he had to have the strength to do so. Otherwise, he would just be throwing his life away. Zichun released a powerful murderous aura and walked out in a straight line. During this time, not only did he alarm the trees, but he also alarmed some powerhouses who were carefully collecting tree sap. Swoosh! Dozens of trees attacked Zichun. All kinds of branches whistled toward him. Zichun unsheathed his long saber. 3 saber lights scattered in all directions, cutting off the branches and the nearby trees. In the blink of an eye, Zichun obtained more than 10 portions of tree marrow. In the distance, the human cultivators saw this scene. Their pupils could not help but shrink. This move seemed fierce, but it consumed a lot of energy. In their opinion, Zichun was at a disadvantage. The human city had been lost for too long. It had been so long that the alien hearts they had on them were purely decorations. On the contrary, every drop of tree marrow had become a treasure. Compared to Zichun's recklessness, they were more careful because their weapons would be damaged and their energy would be consumed. Zichun did not have any scruples as he walked forward. He took out a spirit crystal and began to absorb it. When everyone saw the spirit crystal in Zichun's hand, their eyes widened. Of course, there was no lack of people's gazes falling on Zichun's storage bag. Perhaps there were more spirit crystals in the storage bag. Such wanton display of wealth caused a dense killing intent to reverberate in the forest. The other humans who were still hunting trees stared at Zichun and began to follow Zichun from afar, walking out of the forest. Zichun did not seem to notice the killing intent around him. He walked straight out, destroying everything in his way. By the time he reached the outside world, Zichun had already consumed a total of 5 spirit crystals. 5 spirit crystals might not be much to people on ordinary days, but at this time, 5 spirit crystals were enough to make them fight with their lives on the line. In their eyes, a human who had consumed 5 spirit crystals and obtained less than 400 drops of tree sap was undoubtedly a huge loss. However, from another perspective, this human must have countless spirit crystals on him. Finally, Zichun walked out of the secluded forest and walked towards a spacious area. At the same time, a few more humans walked out of the forest. There were no less than 10 of them. Most of them were at the middle stage of the 7th layer, and the rest were at the late stage of the 7th layer. There was no one at the early stage. After coming out, Zichun took out a piece of animal skin and wrote 2 words on it. He then pierced it with a spear and hung it there. In the distance, everyone saw the 2 words on the animal skin. Deal. When everyone saw those 2 words, they were immediately puzzled and slowly approached them. Although the human in front of them was at the early stage of the 7th layer, the energy in his body was at the 10th layer. However, the energy in their bodies was at most at the 2nd layer. Zichun carried the dragon thorn on his back and a long saber at his waist. He stood there quietly and did not make any defensive moves. The group of cultivators finally came closer. When they saw the things placed on the ground in front of the human, their pupils could not help but shrink again. Spirit crystals. There were actually spirit crystals. There were more than 100 of them. For a moment, the bright spirit crystals became the only thing in everyone's eyes. Their breathing gradually became rapid, and the rationality in their eyes was about to dissipate. Thick greed emerged from the bottom of their eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, the crisp sound of a saber being unsheathed was heard, and 3 shining saber lights appeared. A chill rose in everyone's hearts. Their expressions changed drastically and they rushed straight back. The saber lights almost slashed across everyone's foreheads. The long-awaited feeling of death made their hearts tremble. The rationality that was about to be lost returned, and the greed in their eyes turned into thick fear. When they looked at Zichun again, besides fear, there was also thick confusion in their eyes. Chapter 16:15. The self-introductions at the beginning were meaningless to them. In the battlefield of despair, there were only 2 kinds of people. The former were the living, and the latter were the dead. In this place, who cared what you were called or where you came from? However, Zichen's last sentence was like a hammer to their hearts, causing them to tremble and their hearts to fiercely beat. A late-stage, seventh-stage existence looked at Zichen excitedly and asked, "What did you say you are?" Because he was too excited, his voice was trembling. He was afraid that the words he had just heard were an illusion. Alchemists, to the current him or them, were really too important. Zichen looked at him and gently smiled. "You didn't hear wrong. Or rather, you didn't hear wrong. I am an alchemist who can refine spirit crystals." Everyone couldn't help but lose their composure and cry out. There were even some people who were prepared to cheer. The spirit crystals at the feet of this human, called Zichen, were extremely tempting to them. However, as an alchemist, Zichen was more useful to them. This was the main difference between them, who pursued the path of the strong, and those scumbags. Scumbags only wanted to rob and not think about tomorrow. However, they didn't only think about tomorrow, but also the future. All right, that's all for the self-introductions. How many good things do you have on you? Take them out and give them to me. However, I'll say this first. I can only refine spirit crystals. As for the other healing medicines, I don't have the materials to refine them. After saying this, Zichen sat down defenselessly. Of course, if anyone really thought that Zichen was defenseless and wanted to take advantage of the situation, they would undoubtedly suffer a great loss. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he could refine spirit crystals. What else could they hope for? As for their injuries, they would naturally recover in time. Looking at the spirit crystals in front of them, everyone hesitated. Because there was a limit to the number of spirit crystals, they had a total of 12 people. Who would be the first to exchange was a problem. And now, every spirit crystal was equivalent to an extra life. Everyone looked at each other warily and didn't immediately step forward. Zichen smiled casually and said, "Don't worry, I still have some spirit crystals on me." Finally, a cultivator in the middle stage of the 7th layer stepped forward and said nervously, "How do I exchange the tree sap for spirit crystals?" One must know that back then in the Royal Sky City, it was 100 for a piece of jade. But now, they didn't dare to make such a guarantee because the other party was the only alchemist here. The others were also a little nervous. The exchange price of the tree sap would indicate the increase in the exchange price of other things. Zichen stretched out his finger and gestured the number 7. 700. Everyone's expression changed. Even they couldn't accept the exchange rate of 1 to 7. Zichen shook his head. 70. What? Everyone stared at Zichen in disbelief. Such a price, even if it was in the Royal Sky City back then, there was no profit at all. Maybe if it was placed in the hands of ordinary alchemists, they might even suffer a loss. Such a low price, could it be that this person had other plans? For a moment, everyone was on guard again. Zichen didn't care about the thoughts of the others. He continued, "You guys should know that the Royal Sky City has fallen, right?" Everyone nodded, but the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Zichen continued, "So, right now we are a lone army. If we don't support each other, our final outcome would be death." Everyone was speechless. In such a situation, everyone couldn't even take care of themselves, let alone support each other. Zichen picked up a piece of spirit crystal and weighed it in his hand. Everyone's gazes followed the movement of the spirit crystal. Zichen continued, "This is my cost price. The reason why I'm giving it to you guys is because I hope that you guys can agree to a condition of mine." Everyone was relieved. There were even some who looked at Zichen in disdain, thinking that he really had a motive. But in the next moment, those who had such thoughts felt extremely guilty. "My condition is that if you guys meet other people, I hope that you guys can help them. Or you guys can use the same price to exchange for some life-saving spirit crystals for them." Everyone lowered their heads, feeling touched in their hearts. Clearly, this alchemist wasn't doing this for himself, but for others. In the selfish battlefield of despair, such a person was naturally rare. "All right, let's start the exchange. Let's exchange for tree sap first." If you guys have the heart of a foreign race, you can also exchange for it. Chen interrupted everyone's thoughts. We can also exchange for the heart of a foreign race. Everyone was surprised. Of course. Chen smiled. I guarantee that the price will satisfy all of you. Immediately after, the first cultivator stepped forward and decisively took out 700 portions of tree sap, handing it to Chen. Here are 10 spirit crystals. Take it. Chen took out 10 spirit crystals and handed it to the other party. The other party received the 10 spirit crystals with trembling hands. There was also a small interlude. The other party had over 30 portions of tree sap and wanted to give it to Chen. However, he was rejected by Chen, saying that if you can get over 30 portions of tree sap, you can exchange for one more tree sap. This person was extremely touched. These people were all experts. It wouldn't be a problem even if they entered the depths to hunt for tree pith. Unfortunately, their energy consumption was too great, and they didn't dare to enter. Therefore, the next items to be exchanged were all tree sap. Be it tree sap or tree pith, they were all the same. Currently, Cauldron Spirit could condense 1 spirit crystal out of 30 portions of tree sap. Therefore, he asked them for 70. It wasn't that Chen wasn't willing to lower the price. However, if he were to lower the price, it would undoubtedly arouse their suspicions. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen asked for 70. Each of the cultivators exchanged for a dozen or so spirit crystals. They all had excited looks on their faces. It was at this moment that the cultivator who was the first to exchange for the spirit crystals hurriedly returned. He was holding a bundle in his hand. The bundle was filled with bulging items. When the bundle was opened, one could see alien hearts sealed with energy. There were at least 30 of them. Among the 30 hearts, there were a few at the middle stage. The rest were at the early stage. After bringing the alien hearts to Chen, the cultivator nervously asked, "Can these be exchanged?" Chen nodded and replied, "Of course you can. However, I am not too familiar with refining alien hearts. Therefore, I won't give you too high a price. At most, I will give you 80 to 90% of the price in Imperial Sky City." The cultivator hastily nodded. 80 to 90%? He thought that Han Shuo would only give him 50%. Chen simply didn't know anything about these hearts. Therefore, he directly gave them the lowest price. 20 for each of the early 7th stage heart, 200 for the middle 7th stage heart, and 2,000 for the late 7th stage heart. Soon after, the other cultivators also came over with alien hearts. In the blink of an eye, Chen's 10,000 plus spirit crystals were all exchanged. Apart from that, Chen also owed a debt of 5,000. He owed it to a late-stage, 7th-tier Ascension Stage cultivator. The other party had 3 hearts of late-stage, 7th-tier Ascension Stage cultivators. Chen expressed that he could not accept it. The other party threatened to owe him first, and only offered 5,000. Chen was speechless, but when he thought about it, it made sense. The other party definitely couldn't bear to part with them. That was why he wanted to give them to Chen. All right then, I have to find a safe place to refine these things. I will come back here half a month later. At that time, there might be some unexpected surprises. Chen mysteriously smiled. An unexpected surprise. Could it be a law crystal? Everyone felt their hearts trembling. Chen took out the interspatial pouch in his hand and smiled. With so many alien hearts, I think I should be able to condense some. Naturally, the price wouldn't be lower than the price in Imperial Sky City. If you guys want to exchange for them, it's best that you kill more alien races. Now is a dangerous time. I suggest you guys form a group. Form a group? Everyone was stunned. Chen smiled. He glanced at the late 7th stage expert who owed him a debt and continued. After forming a group, your strength will increase and your rewards will naturally be greater. In addition, you won't die so easily. After speaking, Chen walked towards the depths of the forest. Undoubtedly, he was charging in recklessly. not caring about the consumption of his energy. Even though everyone had hundreds and thousands of spiritual crystals on them, they couldn't help but click their tongues at this sight. They inwardly exclaimed that this was what it meant to be rich and overbearing. After clearing a safe area and making sure that no one was around, Zichun transmitted his voice to Cauldron. "Senior, how is it?" "The more the better." Cauldron's spirits. Laughter sounded. The more he refined, the deeper his understanding of the edicts of this world would be. As for the time required to refine, it was nothing to Cauldron's spirit. One must know that back in the Martial Heaven continent, Cauldron's spirit could refine hundreds of thousands of pellets in one go. As for the tree sap that Zichun exchanged for, he could refine them all in one go. As for the alien hearts, he needed to refine them 3 times. He could refine all of them one level at a time. In this world, Cauldron's spirit could be considered an existence that completely ignored the edicts. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of the consumption of his energy. However, Zichun couldn't. He had to put all of them into his cauldron. During this period of time, he would consume a large amount of his soul energy. This was also why the edicts were unable to do anything to Cauldron's spirit. Instead, they gave Zichun a heavier punishment. The first thing that Cauldron's spirit refined were the early 7th stage alien hearts. As for the law chips, Zichun continued to refine and comprehend the edicts contained within them. Next was the middle stage, the late stage, and finally the tree sap. Cauldron's spirit was able to refine a portion of the edicts from each alien heart. After exchanging for over 100 early 7th stage alien hearts, Zichun was able to refine over 100 portions of the edicts. During the refining process, Zichun's understanding of the edicts had undoubtedly sped up significantly. His strength was also constantly increasing. At the same time as his strength was increasing, Zichun's realm was also increasing. His domain realm in particular was growing at a much faster rate. Seemingly due to the fact that Zichun had mastered some of the edicts, his domain realm was also growing at a much faster rate. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. When the appointed time arrived, Zichun once again barged his way to the outside world. When Zichun arrived at the outside world, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch when he saw the group of people who were already waiting there. Last time, there were 12 people. But this time, there were 8 more people in the group, making it a total of 20. These 8 newcomers were undoubtedly here to exchange for spiritual crystals. Fortunately, Zichun had the foresight to obtain quite a lot of tree pith in the past half a month. Every pith could be refined into 3 spiritual crystals. Chapter 1616. The arrival of Zichun made everyone overjoyed. The 20 of them gathered together and were still able to chat happily without fighting amongst themselves. This was mostly because of Zichun. Normally, they were all arrogant and unruly. Although they didn't dare to fight whenever they met, it was impossible for them to sit together and chat like today. However, the alien race had cut off their escape route, so this impossible situation became possible. The 8 people who came after him all curiously sized up Zichun. They didn't immediately go forward and chose to wait. Before arriving, Zichun looked at a late-stage 7th layer cultivator and said, "You're the late-stage 7th layer cultivator," immediately said, "Grandmaster Zichun, just call me Myo-C." Alchemists were all addressed as grandmasters in the battlefield of despair. Zichun nodded and said, "All right, Myo-C, this is worth 5,000 spirit crystals." As he spoke, Zichun threw a small crystal to Myo-C. Subconsciously taking the crystal, Myo-C probed with his spiritual senses in puzzlement. He really couldn't figure out what it was that could be worth 5,000 crystal stones. It should be known that even a rule crystal was only worth 100 crystal stones. However, as he sent in his spiritual sense, Myo-C's eyes widened as he looked at Zichun in disbelief. Due to his excitement, his body was actually trembling slightly. Yes, this is the law contained in a late-stage 7th layer heart. However, it's a pity that I failed twice out of 3 and only managed to condense this little bit. If you think it's not enough, I can give you some spirit crystals, said Zichen. When the others heard this, their expressions changed. One had to know that although this law crystal was much smaller than normal, it was of high quality. However, the late-stage 7th-layer alien race's heart was worth at least 5,000 spirit crystals. Miao Si quickly shook his head and said with a trembling voice, No, that's not what I meant. Grandmaster Zichen, tell me the truth. This thing is really worth 5,000 spirit crystals. If I'm not wrong, this thing can be sold for at least 20,000 spirit crystals in the original Imperial Sky City. Oh, 20,000. Zichen was a little surprised. The others were very puzzled. It should be known that under normal circumstances, a late-stage 7th-tier spirit crystal was worth 20,000 spirit crystals. However, Master Zichen's spirit crystal was obviously much less. Miao Si said with certainty, 20,000 is my conservative estimate. Maybe someone can offer 40,000 or even 50,000 because the rules here are not messy. There is only one. Gasps could be heard from all around as they looked at the small fragment again. Their eyes began to shine, and when they looked at Miao Si, they were filled with envy. If what Miao Si said was true, then this thing was really worth 40,000 spirit crystals. Zichen waved his hand. Now that the Royal Sky City is no longer around, there's no need to talk about standards. In the future, just follow my standards. On average, I can only succeed once out of 3 times, and the profits aren't that great. In the future, I'll give you guys 6,000 for the same thing. Normally, he would only succeed once out of 3 attempts, and each attempt would consume 2,000 crystals. It could be said that Zichen did not benefit from this at all. Based on this point alone, the 8 people who had come after him were convinced by Zichen. Miao Si excitedly accepted the law chip, and the transaction began. This time, Zichen took out the first item. It was a fingernail-sized law chip. He placed it in his palm and said, This is an early-stage, 7th-tier law chip. The rules inside are also single, and the price is 60. How much? Everyone in the surroundings opened their eyes wide as they stared at Zichen in disbelief. One must know that there were at least 100 in the Royal Sky City. Moreover, the laws here were all messy. 60, my success rate isn't high. Zichen emphasized. Everyone knew that Master Zichen had misunderstood their meaning. Even a mid-stage, 7th-tier expert didn't point it out. He chuckled, and as though he was afraid that Zichen would go back on his words, he directly took out 3 early-stage hearts and said, Master Zichen, this is exactly 60. Zichen tossed out the law chip and kept the 3 hearts. Following that, he took out over 10 law chips of the same size and said, There are still these. Who still needs them? The people who had made the transaction previously all knew of Zichen's rules. Every heart was purchased at the lowest price in the Royal Sky City. However, this didn't mean much because the law chips Zichen was selling were also sold at the lowest price. Soon, these law chips were exchanged by everyone. Following that, Zichen took out a mid-stage law chip. This was slightly more expensive at 600 spirit crystals or 3 mid-stage hearts. To the crowd, this price wasn't expensive at all. Soon, all the items on Zichen's body were exchanged. As for the late-stage law chips, Zichen took out a few according to the number of hearts he had purchased previously. They were also exchanged by the late-stage experts. After exchanging all the law chips, the 8 newcomers also took the opportunity to exchange some tree sap and alien hearts for some spirit crystals. After the transaction, everyone looked at Zichen anxiously. Clearly, they were hoping to know when the next transaction would be. Zichen muttered to himself for a moment before saying, Use these spirit crystals sparingly. I'm preparing to make a trip to the Desert of Death. It might take a month or 2. What? The Desert of Death? Everyone's expression changed. That late-stage, 7th-stage expert, Miao Si, immediately said, Master Zichen, That place is filled with danger. Even a ninth-stage expert wouldn't dare to enter. Do you need anything? Why don't we accompany you? The others nodded. Right now, Zi-Chun was like their ancestor in their eyes. If something happened to Zi-Chin, no one would be able to survive. They naturally wouldn't let Zi-Chin take the risk. Immediately, over 10 of them expressed that they would follow Zi-Chin to the desert of death. Seeing the worry in everyone's heart, Zi-Chin said, "Don't worry, I won't enter the depths. I'll just stay in the periphery. When I first arrived, I fell into that desert and have some understanding of it. How about this? We'll meet here 1 month later." Everyone looked at Zi-Chen in surprise. They didn't expect that this master's luck would be so bad. He had come to the desert of death the first time and had come back alive. This undoubtedly proved that he was extraordinary. Now that he dared to go, it was obvious that he was full of confidence. No one tried to persuade Zi-Chen, but they all signaled him to be careful. "Right, if you have time, I hope you can help me find some healing herbs. I'll try to refine some healing elixirs next time." Hearing about healing elixirs, everyone's eyes lit up. A few early-stage, 7th-stage experts immediately nodded and said that they had time. In the end, Zi-Chin looked at everyone and said, "You all have to be careful when you go out. During this time, it's best if you don't kill the foreign races. You should improve your strength. The next time I come back, we'll go and kill the foreign races." After saying that, Zi-Chan went around the secluded forest and walked toward the desert of death. Everyone watched Zi-Chin leave until Zi-Chen's figure completely disappeared. Then the whole team split up. Under the circumstances that they weren't attacking the foreign races, they wouldn't team up. Thinking back to how he had almost died in the desert of death, Zi-Chan was full of confidence for this trip to the desert. For this trip to the desert, Zi-Chin had high hopes for Danding. Soon, the second summoning order for the battlefield of despair was sent out. This time, it included all 7th-stage experts. Any cultivator who was qualified to enter the battlefield of despair could enter. It was half summoning and half forcing. For true experts, this was the summoning order. For those who feared death and lacked ambition, entering the battlefield of despair was the same as forcing them to do so. From afar, Zi-Chen saw the yellow sand. In the absence of any external objects, the sand was quiet. Zi-Chen slowly walked toward the sand. He tightly gripped the spear in his hand and the sheathed black saber at his waist. As for the dragon stinger, Zi-Chen put it away. He only needed these 2 weapons for the upcoming battle. Danding flew out from his storage pouch. Zi-Chan first threw in a few late-stage alien hearts and signaled Cauldron Spirit to start refining them. Zi-Chen, on the other hand, held his weapon and walked toward the desert step by step. Zi-Chan walked 500 meters into the desert and did not encounter any danger. However, the sharp senses of his spiritual senses detected that some of the sand in the distance had begun to sink. He activated his defensive light barrier and allowed the energy to drain away. He did not advance any further. The twin scorpions of the desert of death were extremely sensitive to energy. The sand around Zi-Chin began to move. The twin scorpions were approaching. Suddenly, the twin scorpions launched an attack. The first to attack was the female scorpion. Its long and sharp thorns pierced through the sand and mercilessly pierced toward Zi-Chin. Whoosh! Zi-Chen flicked the spear in his hand and pierced through the female scorpion's body. He then lifted the female scorpion with the spear and used the momentum to fling it into the distance. The female scorpion let out a final soul attack before its death. However, it was completely ineffective against Zi-Chin. Its nearly 3-meter-long corpse fell to the ground 500 meters away. After the female scorpion died, the male scorpion immediately launched an attack. Unfortunately, it misjudged Zi-Chen's position and missed. Puff! Zi-Chen cleanly made his move. The spear immediately pierced through the male scorpion's back. He then soared into the air. With a flick of his hand, the male scorpion's corpse flew 500 meters away and landed beside the female scorpion. just as Zi-Chan soared into the air. Sharp thorns pierced out from the ground and madly pierced towards the place where Zi-Chin had just stood. Whoosh! Zi-Chen's figure in the air descended once again. When he reappeared, a female scorpion had already been pierced through and brought out. Then it was thrown 500 meters away. As long as one was not afraid of soul attacks and had enough energy to recover, this desert of death really could not be considered terrifying. Of course, this was on the premise that one had enough energy. If one lost all their energy and could not fly, even if a ninth layer came, they would die under the endless attacks of the twin scorpions. Zi-Chan repeatedly attacked and killed the giant scorpions one after another. Their corpses were directly flung to the ground 500 meters away. The other twin scorpions did not dare to approach that place at all. When 90% of his energy was consumed, Zi-Chin had killed more than 20 giant scorpions. During this period, the number of female scorpions was slightly higher. With the remaining 10% of his energy, Zi-Chan returned to the periphery of the secluded forest. At the edge of the desert, many twin scorpions appeared. However, it seemed that due to the rules, even if they were extremely envious of those corpses, they still did not leave the desert. They could only unwillingly launch a few soul attacks before slowly hiding in the sand. Chapter 16-17. Before the everlasting pill cauldron finished refining the alien's heart, Zi-Chen had fully recovered his energy. He swept his gaze across the 20 or so giant scorpion corpses in front of him before turning his gaze back to the boundless yellow sand. This time, Zi-Chen was here purely for the armor-piercing effect. In order to enter the secluded forest and obtain more tree essences and grasp more of the edict of life, the black saber's sharpness alone was no longer enough. Zi-Chen wasn't sure if a weapon could have two special effects, but after seeing the soul-devouring effect on the dragon soul spear, Zi-Chen knew that it was possible. This time, Zi-Chan hoped that the cauldron spirit would be able to condense the male scorpion's armor penetration effect and add it to the black saber. With a tap of his foot, Zi-Chen dashed towards the desert. This time, he advanced another 500 meters. As though they had been waiting for Zi-Chen's arrival, Zi-Chen was attacked by a group of giant scorpions as soon as he landed. It was just that their realms were not high, so in front of Zi-Chen, who was at full strength, they were no match for him. As Zi-Chen struck out, the giant scorpions were thrown out one by one. Soon enough, Zi-Chen had exhausted 90% of his energy. When Zi-Chen returned, the group of giant scorpions emerged from the sand and glared at Zi-Chen. However, they could do nothing to Zi-Chen. As for the secluded forest, Zi-Chen had cleared out a large area. Even though the other saplings coveted the corpses, they could not extend their branches to this area. By the time Zi-Chen exhausted all his energy for the 5th time, there were more than 100 giant scorpion corpses piled up on the ground. It was at this moment that the cauldron spirit appeared. It spat out a dozen or so law chips from its mouth. Zi-Chen put away the law chips, while the cauldron spirit sized up the giant scorpion corpses on the ground. Zi-Chen pointed at a giant scorpion corpse and said, "This is a female scorpion. It specializes in soul attacks. This is a male scorpion. Its sting is poisonous and has the armor penetration effect." The cauldron spirit nodded and gestured for Zi-Chen to throw a female scorpion corpse in. 2 hours later, cauldron spirit appeared. Zi-Chen immediately asked, "Senior, how is it?" Cauldron spirit replied, "It only contains some laws related to soul energy. It also has a special effect." "What special effects?" "Reduce energy consumption. Everyone's energy would be depleted when they entered the desert." This was the rule of the desert, and Zi-Chen had long been aware of the female scorpion's nature. Pill Crucible had only refined one, and yet he was able to sense this special effect. It was truly extraordinary. However, for Zi-Chen, who was only 500 meters deep, this special effect was really dispensable. Instead, it was the soul rule that attracted Zi-Chen. Release another male scorpion, instructed Cauldron Spirit as he pointed at a 3-meter-long male scorpion. Zichen nodded and consumed his soul power to release another male scorpion. It also took Cauldron Spirit 2 hours to decipher one law and one special effect. The rule was the poison in the giant scorpion's stinger. It was considered a type of rule, and its special effect was armor penetration. Next, Cauldron Spirit asked Zichen which one he should refine first. After pondering for a moment, Zichen chose the male scorpion. The armor penetration and poison of the male scorpion could immediately increase his combat strength. On the other hand, the soul rule of the female scorpion did not provide much of an improvement. All right, let's refine the male scorpion first, but we need more of them. The Desert of Death had a lot of twin scorpions. Therefore, Zichen spared no effort in slaughtering the male scorpions. As for the female scorpions, Zichen spared them. While Zichen was doing his best to kill the male scorpions, Pill Crucible was refining the hearts of other alien races with the tree sap that Zichen had exchanged with him. In short, Pill Crucible was not idling around. Zichen used a total of 4 days to hunt down nearly 200 male scorpions and put them all into the pill cauldron at once. On the other hand, Pill Crucible only used 8 hours to completely refine the male scorpions after 4 days of hard work by Zichen. Cauldron Spirit appeared after the refinement was completed. Zichen did not obtain the poison fragment. According to Cauldron Spirit, there were too few male scorpions, and the soul rule of the poison was too advanced. However, the armor penetration effect had been refined significantly. Cauldron Spirit signaled Zichen to toss the black blade into the pill crucible. This time, Zichen seemed to have triggered the rules once again. After putting the black blade into the pill crucible, he discovered that 80% of his soul power had been consumed in an instant. He had fallen into a weakened state even before the battle had begun. The pill crucible seemed to be extremely unstable after the black blade entered. The pill crucible trembled from time to time as strands of energy vibrated outwards. Faintly, one could even hear the roars of beasts. In addition, there was also the power of rules surging around the pill crucible as though it was trying to stop the pill crucible. After 2 full days, the refinement of the pill crucible was finally completed. The black blade flew out of the pill crucible in a streak of black radiance. An awe-inspiring killing intent swept across the area. Zichen caught the long saber that was flying toward him. After the black saber's transformation disappeared, he used his spiritual senses to investigate. Armor penetration. 1% chance of triggering the armor penetration effect. There is a minuscule chance of triggering the poison effect. Zichen was pleasantly surprised. Apart from that, the pill crucible's sharpness effect did not diminish. His only regret was that the armor penetration rate was too low. It was no wonder that the refinement process took 2 days and was hindered by the rules. This weapon of yours is pretty good. An ordinary weapon might not be able to withstand 2 special effects. If you want to increase the armor penetration rate, you will have to kill more male scorpions. Upon hearing Cauldron Spirit's words, Zichen immediately nodded and said, "All right, in the next 20 days or so, I will definitely increase the armor penetration rate to 100%. Actually, it was not difficult to increase the armor penetration rate to 100% because every male scorpion's attack was already 100%. Of course, this was relative to Zichen's current realm. If he were at the 9th stage, the armor penetration rate would be significantly lower. For the next 20 days or so, Zichen charged into the Desert of Death and massacred the male scorpions as though he had gone mad. Fortunately, the twin scorpions here were endless. They did not know fear at all. Even though Zichen was slaughtering nonstop, they still charged forward fearlessly. During this period, the soul-devouring effect of the Dragon Soul Spear was also activated at 100%. It continuously fed energy to Zichen. Of course, Most of the energy was refined and absorbed by the dragon's soul. As Ziqin had grown too quickly in the outside world, the level of the dragon soul spear could not keep up with him. Now, it could only rely on soul devouring to increase its level. As long as a female scorpion was killed, the dragon soul spear would completely devour it. If it was a male scorpion, the dragon soul would leave the most useful part of its tail. During the continuous process of killing and devouring, the dragon soul spear let out a cheerful dragon roar. The dragon soul spear had grown by 1 level during this period. But even so, there was still a huge gap between the dragon soul spear and Ziqin's current level. According to the dragon soul spear should be at the 4th stage of the king class. In just over 20 days, Ziqin had killed more than 2,000 twin scorpions and more than 1,500 male scorpions. After the cauldron spirit had completely refined and gathered all the items together and consumed 80% of his soul energy, Ziqin once again placed the black blade into the cauldron. This time it took 3 full days before the cauldron finished condensing and the black blade reappeared. The black blade that reappeared trembled on its own. Waves of chilling killing intent surged in all directions. The sharpness and armor-piercing effects of the killing intent were fully displayed. With nearly 2,000 male scorpions, the black blade's armor-piercing effect was as high as 100%. Even the probability of being poisoned had reached 100%. After more than 20 days without sleep and rest, the quality of the black blade could be said to be of the highest quality in this world. The price of this weapon was even much higher than the price of a storage pouch. In the blink of an eye, the time for the transaction had arrived. The 1-month journey in the desert had come to a perfect conclusion. During this period, Ziqin's strength, speed, agility, and instantaneous eruption of power had all increased significantly. It could be said that with the assistance of the cauldron, Ziqin's combat strength had been increasing every moment. Just as Ziqin was about to return, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Soon after, a joyful expression emerged on his face. In his perception, his domain had finally grown to a limit. As a result, his body underwent a transformation. And this transformation was a breakthrough. Ziqin did not expect that he would be able to make a breakthrough in realm in less than 2 years after arriving in this world. He quickly sensed that this breakthrough was of great significance to him. After taking out the cauldron spirit and the dragon spear and signaling them to guard him, Ziqin immersed himself in the breakthrough. With the breakthrough in his domain, Ziqin suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. This kind of enlightenment was like a sudden enlightenment or the opening of the third eye, allowing him to see through everything in the world. There were laws everywhere in front of him. Some of these laws were familiar to Ziqin, while others were unfamiliar to him. Some were simple and some were profound. Ziqin knew that these were the laws of this world. He did not know why they would appear in such a situation. Perhaps the opportunity was fleeting. Ziqin's gaze immediately fell on one of the laws. It was a law that targeted spiritual senses. It would allow Ziqin to have a deeper understanding of this law. Without any hesitation, Ziqin began to comprehend this law. At the same time, Ziqin discovered that he could also divide a second spiritual sense. After this spiritual sense swept past one law after another, it finally landed on the law of speed. With 3 weapons in his possession, Ziqin did not lack powerful offensive means. The only thing he lacked was speed. It was said that speed was invincible. This was true for both attacks and footwork. Only by possessing extreme speed that others did not possess could one be invincible. And this second law would allow Ziqin to have a deeper understanding of the profound meaning of speed, thereby allowing him to move even faster in this world. Of course, it could also be said that it would allow Ziqin to display more of the effects of extreme speed. Just these 2 laws alone numbered no less than 100, from the simplest to the most complex. Ziqin spent an entire 10 days to comprehend the simplest law. When Ziqin opened his eyes again after 10 days, he discovered that this world had returned to its original state. He looked at this world and felt that it was covered in a layer of fog. After calculating the time, Zichen suddenly discovered that he had missed the appointed time. Therefore, he hurriedly rushed to the outer perimeter. After his strength had increased and he had comprehended 2 more laws, Zichen's perception and speed had greatly increased. When he rushed to the outer perimeter as fast as he could, Zichen heard voices. "Miyoshi, it's already been 10 days. Is the person you were talking about dead? Let's wait a little longer. Master Zichen might have something to do." Chapter 1618. The one talking to Miyoshi was a man in the late 7th layer. He wore a black battle armor and held a black long sword in his hand. His whole body was exuding a strong, murderous aura. In the battlefield of despair, the price of battle armor was very high. Being able to afford such an expensive battle armor was a proof of one's strength. Miyoshi, who was at the same level as him, was very cautious when she stood beside this man. However, when she heard the other party speaking to Grandmaster Zichen so rudely, a trace of anger appeared on Miyoshi's face. She said in a low voice, "Ao Gute, watch your tone. Grandmaster Zichen saved all of our lives." Ao Gute turned his head and glanced at Miyoshi with disdain. He smiled sinisterly and said, "What? You look like you're ready to fight me." Miyoshi's expression changed, but she didn't back down. She glared at Ao Gute. The others who had made deals with Zichen also glared at Ao Gute. It seemed like they would attack at any time. A bunch of cowardly rats. Just as well. When your grandmaster arrives, I'll take him down and make him work for me. As soon as Ao Gute finished speaking, an indifferent voice came from behind him. What a big tone. Ao Gute turned around and saw Zichen. A trace of killing intent flashed in his cold eyes. Grandmaster Zichen. Grandmaster Zichen is here. When the others saw Zichen, joy appeared on their faces. They turned around and walked toward Zichen. Boom! A powerful energy surged, and a dense killing intent swept out. Ao Gute glanced at Zichen and said coldly, "You're Zichen, the Grandmaster they're talking about. Ao Gute, what are you doing? Don't be rude to Grandmaster Zichen." "Ao Gute, do you really think you're invincible here?" Shouts rang out as more than a dozen cultivators stood in front of Zichen, blocking his path. One should know that the price Grandmaster Zichen offered was even cheaper than the price of the Imperial Sky City. To them, this was a great favor. If they let Ao Gute capture Grandmaster Zichen, they would be the ones to suffer. No one would watch as their own interests were damaged. Zichen scanned the field and found that besides these people, there were a few others who were also glaring at Ao Gu with righteous indignation. However, there were still a few others who were indifferently standing on the periphery. Among them, there was even a late-stage 7th Divine Realm expert wearing a battle armor. Facing more than 10 people, Ao Gute's face was still disdainful. A cruel smile hung on the corner of his mouth as if he was about to attack. Of course, Zichen couldn't just watch these people die for him. Just as he was about to make a move, an indifferent voice came from afar. "Enough. We don't even have a base anymore. Can't we be a little more united at a time like this?" As the indifferent voice arose, a man came from a distance. Although he wasn't wearing armor, the murderous aura around him wasn't weaker than Ao Gu's. Lord Wharton. It's Lord Wharton. It was Wharton whom Zichen knew. The latter walked through the crowd, indifferently glancing at Ao Gute. Then he came to Zichen, looking at Zichen as he said, "I didn't expect that the master they were talking about was really you." Zichen joked, "I didn't expect that Lord Wharton would come here, either." "Good boy, you dare to joke with me. Oh, you've broken through." Wharton looked at Zichen in surprise. It had only been a little more than a year since they last met. At that time, Zichen had just entered the Dax plane. He didn't even know the rules. Now, only a little more than a year had passed. Zichen had already broken through. "I was just lucky." Seeing the two chatting happily, the others heaved a sigh of relief. Wharton had a high status in the battlefield of despair. He was no longer an expert who was between the living and the dead. He was the one who had the highest chance to enter the weapon list of despair. With Wharton here, he obviously had to take charge of the situation. Moreover, the two seemed to be familiar with each other. Obviously, Master Zichen's crisis had been resolved. "Wharton, you want to stop me?" Auguste glared at Wharton. Although Auguste had some fame, he couldn't compare to Wharton. His words had obviously enraged Wharton. Wharton turned around, glancing at Auguste and coldly saying, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? You." Auguste's eyes flashed with killing intent. "If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish," Wharton coldly said. "Good, Wharton. Let me see what kind of power you have, the one who has the highest chance to enter the weapon list of despair." Auguste was obviously enraged by Wharton's attitude. He raised the black sword in his hand, pointing it at Wharton. Wharton frowned, looking at Auguste. "You're courting death." At this moment, what humans needed was unity, not infighting. Wharton actually didn't want to kill anyone. Clang! The black sword vibrated, releasing a wisp of power, causing the space to tremble. Apparently, Auguste had also comprehended the rules, which was the source of his confidence in not fearing Wharton. The others scattered, obviously not wanting to get involved. However, it was more likely that they didn't want to get hurt. Auguste was indeed annoying. They didn't mind Wharton teaching him a lesson. Auguste took several steps back, pointing his black sword at Wharton, provoking him, "Come, let me see your power." Wharton was finally enraged. He shouted, "Courting death!" dashing towards Auguste. He didn't use any weapon, but just threw out a punch. The air shrieked. Wharton's punch had a deep understanding of the rules of power. Not many people could resist it. From the moment he appeared, Zichen had been frowning. Seeing Wharton take action, Zichen's brows were still knitted. Wharton's punch had given him a deeper understanding of Wharton's power. Auguste might have some tricks, but in front of Wharton he was simply courting death. At this moment, Zichen seemed to have figured out the key to the problem. His right hand gripped his saber tightly. At this moment, Wharton's punch landed on Auguste's sword. He had obviously held back his power, but Auguste was still pushed back. Everyone's attention was on the battlefield. Their faces were filled with shock. No one paid any attention to Zichen. Of course, no one noticed that the other person in armor, who hadn't said a word since the beginning, was quietly approaching Zichen. When he was 2 meters away from Zichen, he launched a sneak attack towards Zichen. This was also a long sword aimed at Zichen's back. This attack was aimed to take Zichen's life. However, facing this sneak attack, Zichen seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. The moment the long sword arrived, his body bent forward, and the tip of the sword brushed past Zichen's back. At the same time, he unsheathed his black saber. His body spun, and a flash of saber light slashed towards the back. Puff! A deep wound appeared on the armored cultivator's abdomen. The wound turned black under the naked eye. It was the black saber's armor-piercing and poisoning effect. The late stage, 7th stage, cultivator covered his wound and retreated. He pointed his sword at Zichen, his face full of disbelief. The commotion attracted the attention of the surrounding people. When they turned around and saw the injured late stage, 7th stage, cultivator, their faces changed. Wharton understood what was going on. When his eyes fell on Auguste again, there was a murderous intent in his eyes. "I stopped playing this kind of trick when I was in the mortal realm. Die!" Zichen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His body flashed, leaving behind a series of afterimages, and swept past the late stage, 7th stage cultivator. With the armor-piercing and sharpness effects, the late stage, 7th stage cultivator's body was cut in half. This scene shocked everyone. They never thought that a late-stage, seventh-stage cultivator would die in the hands of a mid-stage, seventh-stage cultivator like Zichin. On the other side, Auguste, who saw that the situation was not good, shouted. The energy around his body surged wildly, forcing Wharton to take 2 steps back. Then he turned around and ran. "Since the Wang family sent you to die, then you can die here." An indifferent voice suddenly came from Auguste's side. The latter's face changed greatly. He shook the black saber in his hand, and without thinking, he directly slashed towards the direction of the voice. However, this slash hit nothing. Then he felt a pain in his waist and saw that there was a wound on his body. Auguste, who felt his strength quickly draining, raised his head with difficulty and looked at Zichin in disbelief. He couldn't understand why he couldn't even block a single attack with his armor. Bang! Auguste still didn't understand what happened until his lifeless body fell to the ground. On the contrary, when Wharton saw this scene, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. When he looked at the black saber in Zichin's hand again, his eyes were filled with dread. After killing the famous Auguste with a single attack, the surrounding people were shocked. They all stared at this scene with wide eyes, unable to believe what they had just seen. At this moment, Zichin turned around again. His cold eyes swept across the crowd and landed on the strangers. When they met Zichin's cold eyes, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Zichin's lips curled into a sneer. "Since you don't plan to run, then you can die here." After saying this, Zichin moved forward at an astonishing speed. Then, under everyone's shocked expressions, he chopped off a head with a single slash. After killing another person, Zichin didn't stop there. He quickly moved to the side and killed another person. Until his death, this person didn't manage to launch a sneak attack. After killing 4 people in a row, everything was over. This was the additional killing intent that Zichin sensed from the rule he had comprehended. It had to be said that these 2 people didn't know how to conceal their killing intent. When they launched the sneak attack, they revealed their killing intent. After the battle, Zichin didn't hesitate to break the 4 people's abdomen, took the spirit crystals and their weapons. During this period of time, the crowd watched everything without uttering a single word. They were still in a state of shock. Furthermore, they had never imagined that Grandmaster Zichin, who appeared to be extremely gentle, would actually possess such extraordinary abilities. Chapter 1619. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. They all came forward and took out what they had gained. Some of them followed Zichin's instructions and didn't go out to kill the foreign races. Instead, they were searching for medicinal ingredients that could be used to refine healing medicine. Some people also prepared large amounts of tree marrow to exchange for spirit crystals. There were currently 25 people gathered here, but Zichin couldn't guarantee that there weren't any members of the Wang family among them. Perhaps there were, but they were too well hidden. However, the possibility wasn't high. Soon, everyone exchanged most of Zichin's loot. Wharton exchanged the most, just the hearts of the late-stage, seventh-stage foreign races. Wharton took out more than 10 of them. After the exchange, everyone was overjoyed. The late-stage, seventh-stage mystic C stepped forward and asked carefully, "Master Zichin, what should we do next?" Everyone had just witnessed Zichin's power and terror. At this moment, they were even more respectful towards Zichin. Zichin looked at everyone and said, "You guys can do whatever you want for the next few days. After I finish refining all the healing medicine, we'll do something big." Everyone immediately nodded with obvious joy on their faces. Zichin turned and walked towards the secluded forest. Dan Cauldron was his secret and definitely couldn't be exposed. The sound of footsteps sounded. Wharton suddenly followed. Zichin stopped and looked at Wharton in confusion. "That saber of yours has 2 special effects." Wharton went straight to the point. Zichin shook his head. Wharton frowned and said, "Don't lie to me. That attack just now had armor penetration and poison." Zichin shook his head again and said, "I'm not lying to you. It doesn't have 2 special effects. It has 3. 3. Wharton was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. After this battle, I'll try to help you add 2 special effects. The prerequisite is that your weapon can withstand 2 special effects. Otherwise, your weapon will be useless. After saying that, Zichen walked into the secluded forest. In the secluded forest, Dan Cauldron was refining pills. Zi-Chan was refining the law crystal and comprehending the laws within. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feeling that it was about time, Zi-Chan walked out of the secluded forest. The 25 of them had been waiting there for a long time. After exchanging some healing pills from Zi-Chan, they headed towards the Dax Plains. The Dax Plains had recently become a gathering place for the foreign races. Previously, there were still humans who came here to hunt the foreign races. But as the supply of spirit crystals and healing medicines decreased dramatically, no one dared to come here anymore. Zi-Chen's group intentionally circled around the former Imperial Sky City and headed straight for the Dax Plains. As soon as they entered the Dax Plains, they discovered a group of 10 foreign races. The strongest member of the group was only at the late 7th stage. Kill him quickly. After seeing the outsiders, Zi-Chen did not stop. He took the initiative to attack the group of outsiders. The others' original intention was to observe the surroundings, but they had no choice but to follow. Find an opponent that suits you, Zi-Chen said as he charged forward. Then he charged towards a late-stage outsider. Wharton followed closely behind, his body surging with a powerful aura as he charged towards the second late-stage alien in the team. A group of 25 humans against a group of 10 aliens was naturally a complete victory. The battle ended quickly. Zi-Chen alone obtained a late-stage alien heart, and so did Wharton. As for the others, they would split their gains according to how they had fought. Grandmaster Zi-Chen, won't we alert the enemy if we charge in like this? After the battle ended, Miao-Si asked in confusion. There were only 2 publicly recognized experts in the team. One was Zi-Chen, and the other was Wharton. The leader was naturally one of the 2. However, Wharton rarely spoke, and it was mostly Zi-Chen who spoke. Thus, in everyone's hearts, Zi-Chen was the leader. Zi-Chen looked around and found that the others had the same doubts. He smiled and said, "We came here this time to do something big. We only have one chance. What we need is speed, not caution. Think about it. If you knew that the humans had gathered several dozen people, would you be on guard?" Everyone shook their heads at first, but then immediately nodded. Indeed, this kind of thing could only be done once. A second time would be suicide. That's why we're going deeper, Zi-Chen said. Deeper. Everyone was shocked. Miao-Si asked how deep. A city of aliens. Zi-Chen's smile contained a trace of cold killing intent. During this time, Wharton still chose to remain silent, allowing Zi-Chen to lead the team deeper. Very quickly, they discovered a second wave of aliens. There were 13 of them, and this battle was once again quickly concluded. Next, they went in a straight line. As they went deeper, the number of aliens they encountered gradually decreased. It wasn't just 1 or 2, but 3 or 5. Each battle was quickly concluded. Just like that, Zi-Chen led the team in a straight line for 7 days. During these 7 days, they didn't encounter any danger. In these 7 days, the team had gone nearly 1,000 kilometers, and their gains were not small. On the 8th day, a small village appeared in their line of sight. From a distance, they could see aliens going in and out of the village. Everyone was confused when they saw the village. This is an alien tribe that has been expelled from the Dax beasts. They're not allowed to enter the city and can only wander around the outskirts. This is one of the gathering places, Wharton said. Normally, humans would come to the Dax Plains by themselves. It was impossible for a single person to come here, so they knew very little about the Dax beasts. How many people are there in this village? Zi-Chen asked. Wharton shook his head. I'm not sure, but there shouldn't be more than 100. Since that's the case, let's kill. After saying this, Zichen was the first to charge into the small village. There were many different kinds of beasts living in the village, and they were all at the early or middle stage. When Zichen's team arrived, they were like tigers in a flock of sheep, wantonly slaughtering. However, during this time, a distress signal soared into the sky from a building. Now, Zichen's team of 26 was completely exposed. 15 minutes later, the battle ended. The 56 aliens in the village were all killed. Not a single one was left alive, and not a single one escaped. Apart from the alien hearts, they also obtained a few rare human weapons, as well as a few spirit crystals. These were all spoils of war for the aliens. Our tracks have been exposed. What do we do now? Do we just go back like this? A cultivator asked. Zichen smiled coldly. Go back? How can that be? After we clean up the battlefield, come with me. Zichen led his team out of the village. When the aliens saw the distress signal, they gathered for a long time before gathering a team of 50 people. At this time, a large portion of the aliens had gone to the human city that they had just conquered. In this region, the aliens' greatest threat was the humans. Now that they had conquered the human city, they were much safer. Thus, there weren't many aliens left in the Dax Plains. The team of 50 was led by 5 late-stage, 7th-stage soul formation cultivators. To be honest, they didn't know what had happened, but when the distress signal appeared, they had to gather. Could it be that they were attacked by a pack of wolves? One of the aliens couldn't help but think. The team quickly advanced, heading straight for the village that had asked for help. When they passed by a sandy area, the sand suddenly flew up, and something jumped out. It was a human. The instant it appeared, it charged towards a late-stage alien. Then, a flash of saber light flashed past. The late-stage alien didn't even have time to react before the saber slashed across his neck, and his head flew high into the air. Bang, bang. Then a series of explosions rang out. One figure after another burst out of the ground, charging towards the surrounding aliens. For a moment, all sorts of energy attacks shot out. After killing one of them, Zichen's figure flashed, dodging an attack from the side. The saber in his hand slashed again, and a mid-stage, 7th-stage alien was cut in half at the waist. With 3 special effects, the sharpness and armor piercing, Zichen had the ability to insta-kill enemies of the same level. Pooh! After killing another early-stage, 7th-stage alien, Zichen used his spear to deflect another alien's weapon. The spear directly pierced through the alien's heart, and the alien's body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. After recovering his energy, Zichen charged forward again, charging towards a late-stage alien leader. Speaking of which, although this breakthrough allowed him to comprehend 2 of the simplest laws, Zichen's battle prowess had increased tremendously. He unsheathed his black saber, and the saber turned into 3 rays of saber light, shooting towards 3 different aliens. The defenses of the 3 aliens were instantly broken, and their bodies were sent flying backwards by the force of the saber light. However, this attack wasn't enough to kill them, but just as the 3 of them stood up, 2 of them staggered and fell to the ground. Black blood flowed out of their wounds, and it was obvious that they were poisoned. After being poisoned, the 2 didn't die, but they lost their battle prowess and were killed by the humans who came after them. The 50-man team was caught off guard by the 20 humans, and by the time they counterattacked, more than half of them were dead. Following that, Zichen and some other powerful existences showed their might once again, and this 50-man team was completely annihilated. This battle still resulted in 0 deaths, but a few people were injured, and their injuries weren't serious. In the process of cleaning up the battlefield, everyone looked at Zichen with eyes full of reverence. This wasn't only because of Zichen's battle prowess, but also because of Zichen's ambush methods. Out of the 50 aliens, almost 10 of them died in the hands of Zichen. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zichen led his people deeper into the city. Just like that, Chen led his people deeper into the city, and in this period they destroyed 6 villages. Everything was just as Chen had guessed. After conquering the human cities, most of the aliens were transferred to the Imperial Sky City, and the alien cities became extremely empty. When Chen destroyed the 9th village, he finally found an 8th stage alien. This was another realm, and they had extraordinary methods and were very difficult to deal with. Chapter 1620. The appearance of the 8th rank alien put a lot of pressure on everyone, and some of them couldn't help but look shocked. The difference of 1 rank was the comprehension of the world's laws. This was a huge gap. Just as everyone was at a loss, Wharton, who was usually quiet, stepped forward and walked straight towards the 8th rank alien. "You guys go deal with the others." Everyone was very surprised. They didn't expect Wharton to stand up at this time. Suddenly, Wharton felt his vision blur, and then he saw Chen's back. Chen appeared in front of Wharton and said without looking back, "This guy has some enmity with me. Let me deal with him." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Even Wharton looked at Chen in surprise. "Let's end this quickly." Chen's voice sounded again, and he rushed towards the 8th rank alien. "Let's go." Wharton's expression changed slightly, and he led the others forward. "It's you, human." The 8th rank alien recognized Chen at a glance. With a shout, he slashed at Chen with his blade. Chen blocked with his spear, and the sound of metal clanging echoed. Clang! The weapons collided, and sparks flew everywhere. Chen retreated, the spear in his hand trembling. In a clash of strength, Chen, who was at a lower rank, was clearly weaker. The 8th rank alien tapped his foot, and his body soared into the air. Holding his blade with both hands, he slashed at Chen. A ray of light lit up on the blade, and a 5-meter-long blade light shot out. As it slashed down, the surrounding space distorted, and a spatial pressure enveloped Chen. Facing this attack, Chen's expression couldn't help but change. The opponent's use of power had obviously reached the level of spatial laws. Every attack contained spatial pressure, which was equivalent to using a king-rank battle skill in the Jianwu continent. Swish! Chen's body glowed, and energy shook like a tide. After slightly dispelling the spatial pressure, he dodged to the side. The blade light hit the ground, and a 10-meter-long crack appeared on the ground. After dodging the attack, Chen pointed his spear at the 8th stage alien's chest. Because this attack was so fast, the space around it let out an ear-piercing screech. Clang! Hurriedly waving his saber to block, the alien lost his balance and fell back. Chen's figure flashed, and he once again attacked with his spear. For a moment, the sky was filled with spear shadows. It could be said that Chen was not at a disadvantage against an 8th rank foreign being. The two of them exchanged blows back and forth, locked in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Wharton and the others took advantage of the fact that Chen was stalling for time to attack the other outsiders. Bang! Wharton punched out, the blazing fist light slamming into a late-stage 7th level ascendant. The latter's body trembled, and he coughed out blood as he was sent flying. With a tap of his foot, Wharton soared into the air. A broadsword appeared in his hand, and he chopped down with it. Pooh! A head was chopped off. Wharton had cleanly and efficiently killed an opponent at the same level as him. Immediately afterwards, the others quickly followed, and for a moment, all sorts of energy clashed. At the beginning of the battle, the 8th stage alien was blocked by Chen. The outsiders were clearly at a disadvantage, and the 8th stage alien was constantly pinned down by Chen. One by one, they died. Unable to take down this 7th level human, the 8th stage alien was furious. Seeing his subordinates die one after another, he was both anxious and furious. Die. With a roar, he didn't care about anything else and directly used his strongest move. A huge beast shadow appeared behind him. As soon as the beast shadow appeared, the energy in the world began to surge wildly, as if a peerless monster had appeared. The beast shadow's cold eyes stared fixedly at Zichin. When the 8th stage alien, who was almost at his peak, used this move, the power was far stronger than before. Under the terrifying surge of energy, the distant battlefield came to a standstill. Everyone's eyes turned in this direction. When the humans saw the huge beast shadow, their faces all changed. Feeling the terrifying power, their eyes were filled with despair. Under such circumstances, it seemed that even Wharton would not be able to block this move, let alone Zichin, who was in the middle stage of the 7th stage. Perhaps only an experienced expert of the same level would have a chance of blocking it. When the outsiders saw the huge beast shadow, their eyes were filled with envy. Then they cheered loudly. Clearly, the summoning of the totemic beast meant that the outcome of this battle had been decided. The huge beast shadow stretched out its claws and pressed down on Zichin. In the eyes of the crowd, this attack was very slow, as if the beast's movements were completely controlled. But in reality, this attack had activated the power of space. It just gave people the illusion that it was very slow. They believed that as the person involved, Zichin, must be unable to move at this moment. Sure enough, Zichin did not move at all. He did not even have time to struggle before the claw pressed down on his head. Pow! Energy surged, and Zichin's body directly exploded. It's over. The crowd of humans was stunned, but they felt a little strange in their hearts. As for the outsiders, because of their fanatical worship of the totemic beast, they all cheered. Even the 8th stage alien had a hint of a smile on his face. But just as this smile appeared before it could disappear, a sense of danger appeared in his heart. The long saber in his hand lit up, and he was about to slash backwards when suddenly an indifferent voice sounded in his ears. You only reacted now. It's too late. A bright saber light flashed past, and the armor-piercing, sharpness, and poison effects were all activated. The saber light flashed past the 8th stage alien's neck, and his head flew high into the air. In the records of the desperate soldiers list in the Imperial Sky City, Zichin's contribution points suddenly increased by 10 points. This meant that Zichin had killed an 8th stage alien. Unfortunately, there were no longer any outsiders paying attention to the desperate soldiers list. In the hearts of the outsiders, it seemed that most of the humans were already dead. The cheers of the outsiders were stuck in their throats. Their eyes were wide open, and they stared at the headless corpse in disbelief. Some of the outsiders slowly turned their heads, and their necks seemed to be stiff, and it was very difficult for them to turn. Their gazes landed on Zichin, and their eyes were filled with shock. The other humans were also stunned. They did not expect such a scene. Even Wharton had a look of confusion on his face. This idiot, if he had attacked directly, he would have done something. Unfortunately, he had to act cool. Zichin sneered in his heart. It seemed that the attack from the outsider was very powerful, but after Zichin's speed increased, he still had the chance to react. If the outsider had shot out 2 attacks from his eyes, Zichin would have been heavily injured, even if he dodged. But now, Zichin did not even have a light injury. Pooh! Another human head flew down, startling the people who were still in a daze. Zichin had already rushed into the group of mutants. After waking up, everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They roared as they charged at the outsiders. Because of the deaths of their experts, the outsiders' confidence had greatly decreased, and some of them were even preparing to flee. This battle ended with total annihilation. Among them, Zichin, who had obtained an 8-fold heart and a few other hearts, could be considered to have gained the most. This seemed to have become a habit. After every battle, in their eyes, Grandmaster Zichin would gain the most, even more than Wharton. And on the battlefield, Grandmaster Zichin was just like Lord Zichin. After the battle ended, the next step was to clean up the battlefield. A day later, after killing a few more outsiders, Zichin and the others saw a large city in the distance. This was already over 3,000 kilometers deep into the Dax Plains. This was the first city they had encountered. At this point, they had already been in the Dax Plains for 3 months. Their gains were so great that Chin and Wharton's bags of holding were completely full. There was no helping it. Only the two of them had bags of holding, so everyone's gains were all in their hands. Seeing the city in the distance, Wharton said, "I heard that the Dax Plains are distributed like us humans, with each realm occupying a city. This must be the Sevenfold City." "Really?" Chen looked at Wharton. "I'm not sure. I've only heard of it," Wharton said. "That won't do. Even the Sevenfold City we're in has a 9th-stage expert. There must be one here as well." A hint of worry flashed through Mioci's eyes. The others were also very worried. But at a time like this, everyone's gaze unconsciously fell on Chen, waiting for Chen to make a decision. After pondering for a moment, Chen looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I feel that this city is tight on the outside but loose on the inside. Perhaps it is incomparably empty. This might be an opportunity for us to spread our names throughout the battlefield of despair. Of course, our original intention is still to harvest." Hearing Chen's words, everyone was slightly tempted, but some were still very worried. "What if there's a 9th-stage expert in the city?" a cultivator asked worriedly. "At a time like this, do you think the outsiders would put a 9th-stage expert here?" Chen didn't answer, but instead asked a question. "Then there should be one in the 8th stage." "Leave the 8th stage to me." Everyone was a bit surprised, but Chen said, "Everyone, don't worry. If we see that the situation is bad, we'll immediately run. But let's say this first. After we enter, don't be too far away from each other." Everyone nodded, their faces filled with fervor. Next, it was time to recover from all their injuries and adjust their battle prowess to peak condition. 2 days later, a group of 26 people rushed towards the majestic city of the outsiders. The city gate was guarded by outsiders, but they were all 7th-stage experts. After Chen and the others rushed to the gate, they slaughtered and then directly charged into the city. This was the first time the humans had truly attacked this city. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Even Chen was no longer calm. An 8th-stage outsider appeared, his body surging with a powerful aura. "Continue the slaughter," Chen shouted and charged towards the 8th-stage outsider. Pooh! After consuming 30% of his strength, Chen killed the outsider with a single strike. Immediately after, the Dragon Soul Spear's devouring and feedback effect was activated, recovering 30% of his strength. Seeing Chen almost insta-kill the 8th-stage outsider, everyone cheered and charged into the city. Chen's powerful spiritual sense spread out. He was looking for the outsiders' trading location. This was actually the main reason why Chen attacked this city. Just as Chen led people into the city, in the distant horizon, a huge object appeared in the void. This was a very ancient-looking warship. Its entire body was black, and at the front of the warship was a huge, ferocious, and mighty dragon skeleton. In its eye sockets, 2 cold dragon eyes were still there. Chapter 16:21. Chen led his party into the battlefield of the alien races without a hitch. During this period of time, they displayed tremendous destructive power. All the alien races they encountered along the way were killed. Among them, Chen killed a total of 5 of the 8th-rank alien races. During this period of time, Chen, who had been constantly releasing his spiritual senses, finally discovered the trading places of the alien races. It seemed that because most of the alien races had left for human cities, these trading places were very few in number and were not bustling at all. Chen even discovered that some stall owners were dozing off out of boredom. Even the clamorous battle cries did not wake them up. Chen led his party of 25 humans and charged into one shop after another. These shops sold human weapons, rare materials, and special ores, as well as healing pills. Chen charged into a shop. The shop owner was actually an 8th-stage tiger man. When he saw the humans barging in, His eyes immediately flashed with surprise. Whoosh! Zichin showed no mercy. With a jolt of his spear, he transformed into a streak of light and charged forward. At the same time, he unsheathed his black blade and flashed across the air. Before the 8th stage shop owner could react, he was killed on the spot by Zichin. A 7th stage alien was so frightened that he immediately fled through the back door. Zichen did not pursue him. Instead, he turned his gaze to the dazzling array of goods in the shop. Senior Cauldron Spirit. While there was no one around, Zichen took out his cauldron and transmitted his spiritual senses. Take all of these away. Cauldron Spirit appeared in his white robe. He swept his gaze across the goods in the shop. The quality of these goods was not bad. There were quite a number of good materials among them. Take all of them. Leave none behind. Zichin nodded. At this moment, the spear in his hand was still pointing at the 8th stage alien. The alien's body was shriveling at a rate visible to the naked eye. An unending stream of energy was converging into Zichen's body. Of course, his 8th stage heart was still intact. Kill these humans. Humans are invading. Quickly call for reinforcements. Kill these invaders. Loud shouts sounded from outside the shop. It was the aliens from other parts of the city who had heard the news and were charging towards the shop. In the shop, as Cauldron's spirit waved its sleeve, an enormous suction force appeared and pulled all the materials in the shop towards the cauldron. This could be considered a violation of the rules. Zichen's spiritual power was rapidly depleting. Fortunately, he had the soul power of an 8th rank outsider to maintain it. For minutes had passed by the time everything in the shop had been taken away. During these 4 minutes, many outsiders rushed over after hearing the news, and some of them were still in the process of rushing back. Zichen rushed out of the shop and saw many of his companions carrying large bags flying out of the shops. Their harvest was not small. Just as Zichen had guessed, there were no powerful beings in this city. As long as Zichen was given some time, he would be able to slaughter all the non-humankind beings in the city. Just as Zichen was about to order a massacre, he suddenly felt his heart palpitating. Zichen had never experienced such a feeling before. Even his soul was trembling because of it. A large shadow fell from the sky as though the dome of heaven was collapsing. The immense pressure made Zichen breathless. It was as though a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. He raised his head with great difficulty and looked at the dome of heaven. Then Zichen saw a large black ship. This was an ancient warship that seemed to have experienced the baptism of countless wars. It was riddled with holes and exuded an ancient aura of decay. The sails of the warship were tattered, as if they could fall apart at any time. But when Zichen saw the complete appearance of the warship, his face was filled with shock. The hull of the ship was not tattered. Instead, it was a complete set of beast bones. It was at least 3,000 meters long, and there were 4 skeletal claws at the bottom of the ship. It seemed to be some kind of powerful creature. Looking at the hull, Zichen could not recognize what kind of creature it was. But when his eyes fell on the skull at the bow of the ship, Zichen's heart shook. A word that represented powerful, sacred, and dignified appeared in his mind. Dragon. It was a dragon's head that was perfectly connected to the skeleton ship. Clearly, this was a dragon ship or a dragon skeleton that had lost its body. The ancient skeleton dragon ship flew over Zichen's head, casting a large shadow. A sad battle song came from the dragon ship and entered Zichen's ears. Zichen's shock could not be any greater. The enormous pressure above his head made him unable to move. His heartbeat sped up, and he felt as if his heart was going to explode. Zichen's reaction was very extreme, but when he looked around, the other humans and aliens did not react at all. That ancient and sad battle song was still playing. The enormous pressure on his body and soul told Zichen that this was all real. It was not an illusion. The skeleton dragon ship flew over his head, and no one else noticed. Only Wharton seemed to feel something. He looked up, but he could not see anything. The appearance of the dragon ship completely shocked Zichen. After the dragon ship left, Zichun found that his soul and power had been consumed by 90%. He had a very bad feeling, as if something big was about to happen. He shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" The dragon ship was too scary. Even though they were leaving, Zichun did not dare to stay. He turned and ran, and the other humans followed him. The skeleton dragon ship was far away, but the shadow in Zichun's heart did not disappear. It was as if the pressure was still there. It was as if that pair of cold dragon eyes were watching him. Zichun did not dare to stay. He killed his way out of the city. There were 26 of them when they entered the city, and 21 when they left. 5 of them had died in battle. You guys go first. After leaving the city, Zichun felt that the pressure had lessened. Looking at the injured people, Zichun waved his hand. "Let's go. Let's go." Wharton, who was carrying a large bag, also signaled for everyone to leave. He chose to stay. Those who survived were undoubtedly carrying huge bags on their backs. It was obvious that the things inside were of great value. Looking at the aliens chasing out of the city gate, Zichun said, "You guys go. I will stop them alone. Let's meet in the forest." Without waiting for anyone to say anything, Zichun held his spear and rushed toward the aliens. With the dragon soul spear, Zichun was not afraid of exhausting his energy. Naturally, he was not afraid of these people. Wharton and the others gave Zichun a deep look before they turned around and left. Dazzling light and dazzling blade light dazzled as non-humankind beings fell one after another. With his extreme speed, Zichun would not let any of the aliens go past him to kill the other humans. Blood spilled, and the bodies of the aliens fell. Even the most fearless person would feel fear when facing a massacre. Zichun was like a madman, cutting down any alien that dared to appear in front of him. This massacre lasted for an unknown period of time. When Zichun killed the last alien, he saw that the surroundings were filled with dead bodies. Zichun himself had long been stained with blood. Looking up, he saw a group of aliens gathered at the city gate. However, they were all holding weapons and looking at Zichun in fear, not daring to move forward. Zichun coldly glanced at the crowd of outsiders. Their hearts trembled, and some of them almost dropped their weapons. Zichun coldly snorted and turned around to leave. He didn't even want the spoils of war. Zichun was not a fool. After killing for so long, and with the Dragon Soul Spear's soul-devouring ability, his mind could not take it. Furthermore, with such a delay, the enemy's reinforcements might arrive soon. When that time came, Zichun would not be able to leave. Outside the secluded forest, the 20 people were still anxiously waiting. Speaking of which, they had gained a lot this time. However, they were not happy at all that they had made it here alive. They had invaded the alien city and made history. However, if Zichun died, everything they had gained would be useless. That was because these things could only be exchanged in front of Zichun. "I hope Lord Zichun is fine," Muse muttered as if she was praying. At some point, they had started to call Zichun Master, Zichun, Lord Zichun. Master referred to Zichun's identity as an alchemist, while Lord referred to Zichun's combat prowess. Wharton had not said a single word since returning. He was leaning against a withered tree to heal his wounds. In the final battle, even he had suffered heavy injuries. As he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, he could not help but recall the scene in Schenker's store. Old Schenker had thought highly of the early 7th stage, Zichun. At that time, Wharton knew that there must be a reason for all this. Now, even Wharton, who was in the late 7th stage, did not dare to say that he could kill Zichun. On the contrary, when Zichun was killing people, if he was too close to Zichun, he would feel a sense of fear in his heart. In addition, there was also the sudden sense of danger. The moment he felt the danger, he looked around and found that no one else was abnormal. However, at that moment, he saw Zichun come out of the store. After that, Zichun seemed to have seen something and suffered something. His expression became very painful. At that time, Wharton followed Zi Chen's gaze and saw nothing in the sky. It was also at that time that Zi Chen announced the retreat. While waiting anxiously, time always passed very slowly. Half a day had passed, but everyone felt like half a year had passed. Finally, they heard a slight movement. Then, they saw a human covered in blood appear. Looking at the blood-stained spear, everyone's faces were immediately filled with excitement. They all stepped forward and loudly called out to Lord Zichen. "Lord Zichen, you're injured." Muse C was the first to step forward and ask with concern. "They're all minor injuries. It's not important. We can't stay here for long. Let's go deeper." Zichen shook his head. Everyone was stunned. Muse C asked, "This is the secluded forest. How can it not be safe? Are we going to go deeper into the forest?" "No, we're going to the desert of death. Let's go now. Speed up." Zi Chen emphasized the last sentence. After being together for several months, everyone had long been convinced by Zi Chen. Now that they heard Zi Chen's words, which were almost like an order, they did not ask any more questions. They immediately sped up in the direction of the desert of death. Even Wharton did not waste time. Instead, he helped a heavily injured mid-7th stage human carry a bag. Not long after they left, a team of 20 foreign races made up entirely of 8th stage humans appeared. The leader of the wolf race was breathing heavily. He quickly locked onto the direction Zi Chen and the others were heading and immediately chased after them. Chapter 16:22. The ones chasing after them were definitely experts of the other races. At this critical moment of life and death, everyone naturally wouldn't be stingy and continuously took out spirit crystals to recover. Soon, the death desert appeared in everyone's vision. The drifting sand that filled the sky and the boundless yellow sand that stretched as far as the eye could see was something that even 9th level powerhouses would feel intimidated by. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but slow down. "Don't stop. Go deeper into the desert." Zi Chen was the first to soar into the air and fly deeper into the desert. The others didn't hesitate and flew while refining spirit crystals. Raise the defensive light barrier and increase your speed a little. Everyone followed Zi Chen's instructions and flew higher. The yellow sand churned and giant scorpions appeared one after another. However, the humans flew too high and their soul attacks were greatly reduced. After flying for about 20 miles, they felt a dense killing intent coming from behind them. The pursuers were here. Everyone ran even faster and disappeared in a flash. Looking at the humans gradually disappearing into the horizon, the 20 experts of the other races didn't chase after them. The Death Desert was known to be a place where even 9th level experts had to stop. 8th level cultivators like them didn't dare to rashly enter. Once they entered, only death would await them. In addition, they didn't bring many things to recover their energy before coming. However, they wouldn't let the humans have an easy time. The leading lion man coldly said, "Guard here for 3 days. I don't believe they can survive in the desert for 3 days." Outside the Imperial Sky City, where the 8th level human cultivators were located, thousands of 8th level experts gathered. Their bodies surged with a monstrous, baleful aura, and their eyes were as cold as blades. During this time, they blocked the attacks of the other races time and time again. Compared to the several thousand 8th level cultivators on the human side, the other races were much more numerous. Just the 7th level cultivators alone numbered in the tens of thousands. Other than that, there were no less than 10,000 8th level cultivators. Almost 70% of the experts of the Dax plains gathered here. They seemed to want to take down the human city in one go. Such a ferocious attitude was very puzzling. They had already carelessly lost a city. No matter what, the humans couldn't lose a second city. Thus, after the battle started, they kept transferring 9th level cultivators to guard the city. Today, an expert on the desolate land list came. Suho. He was the only powerful existence that had entered the desperate zones list in the past 1,000 years. Although he was currently ranked in the top 100 on all 3 lists, it was enough to intimidate everyone present. Suho wasn't tall. He had a bald head and wore a flame-like armor. As soon as he arrived, he immediately went to battle. His opponent was also a powerful being on the list. At this moment, on the battlefield, tens of thousands of people were watching the battle between the experts on the rare list. There was no earth-shattering power in the battle between the two of them. However, the distorted space and the flickering power of the nomological laws were a testament to how terrifying their attacks were. This was the first time Suho had truly fought since he took charge of this place. However, he didn't expect that the Dax clan would send someone on the ranking as well. The two of them had been fighting for so long, but there was no clear victor. In the middle of the battle, for some reason, the two of them suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. Their expressions became extremely solemn. Hence, the battle ended here. The foreign races returned to the Royal Sky City on the 7th level, while the humans retreated to the 8th level. During this period of time, there was still an endless stream of 8th level cultivators entering the battlefield of despair from the Imperial Sky region. After returning to his residence, Suho asked with a frown. A moment later, his door was pushed open and an old man walked in. "You saw that thing too," Suho said as soon as the old man walked in. "Only an idiot wouldn't be able to see such a big thing," the old man said in annoyance. Suho snorted and said, "There are tens of thousands of foreign races and humans. Less than 5 people have seen that thing." The old man waved his hand and said, "That's enough. I'm not here to discuss this with you today. Didn't you find it strange that the foreign races would suddenly attack? Perhaps that's the reason." Suho's expression changed slightly and said, "How is that possible? The ancient dragon ship is known as the most mysterious thing in the world. The ancient warship, the desolate war song, summons powerful beings to explore the depths of the world. The appearance of the ancient dragon ship attracts the most powerful beings in the entire battlefield of despair. This is the biggest event in the battlefield of despair. How dare a mere Dax clan get involved?" The old man said in a low voice, "Perhaps they found a way to control the dragon ship." Suho said, "So what? Among all the races, the Dax clan isn't the strongest." Long Fei, who was about to board the ship, gave up at the last moment. From this, it can be seen that it's not a good thing. The old man fell silent. In the history of the battlefield of despair, the dragon ship had appeared several times. Anyone who felt the call of the dragon ship was a true powerhouse. However, so many powerhouses had boarded the ship, but not a single one returned alive. Back then, Long Fei suddenly chose to give up right before boarding the ship. The other races said that Long Fei was a coward, but the humans didn't think so. They felt that Long Fei seemed to have understood something the moment he boarded the ship. The same scene happened before. At that time, the strongest human, Tang Nua, also chose to give up the moment he boarded the ship. After a moment of silence, the old man said, "This matter is very important, and it's not something we should worry about. Today, I called you here because I have some good news to tell you." Suho asked, "What good news?" "The little 7th Order fellows that we lost contact with not long ago went to attack a city of the Beast Clan." "That's good news, but did they all get wiped out?" "No, they successfully entered the city, stole some resources, and finally succeeded in breaking out." Suho was startled, but he couldn't say a word. A moment later, he said, "To be able to organize a group of people to attack a foreign city, they have some ability. You stayed there for so long, can you guess who it is?" The old man thought seriously and said, "In terms of combat power, there should be 2 people. Unfortunately, one of them doesn't have that much courage, nor does he have that much leisure. Combat power, courage, and intelligence, although I don't dare to believe it. It seems that only that person can do it." "Who?" "A little fellow that entered the battlefield of despair a year ago." "Old man, you're joking, right?" Suho was dissatisfied. "Do I look like I'm joking? I've seen that little fellow a few times. He's very courageous and has a lot of potential, the old man said with a smile. No matter how courageous or how much potential he has, the time he can enter the battlefield of despair is limited. What can he do in a short year? Su-ho shook his head. Courage is enough. As for battle prowess, he came in with 3 weapons and a bag of holding. How is that possible? Su-ho's eyes widened as he asked in disbelief. Whose is it? Tang Nua's. Su-ho wasn't familiar with Tang Nua, but he had seen Tang Nua's name before. Back then, Tang Nua was ranked first, but was replaced by Long Fei in the end. Ever since he became a powerhouse on the list, Su-ho had some understanding of the battlefield of despair. Here, only one person had special privileges, and that was the number 1 person. After a long silence, Su-ho asked, What do you think of this matter? The old man said indifferently, I didn't have any opinion at first, but since they did something, I plan to go back and see them. You want to go personally? Su-ho was shocked. I'm not at ease with others going, and that little fellow seems to have enemies, so he's very vigilant. Then be careful. Don't worry, the person who can kill an old man like me in the battlefield of despair hasn't been born yet. With that, the old man walked out of the room. The ancient worship that passes through the edge of the world, the bleak and tragic war song, the call from fate, the journey to the end of the world. After Sinker left, Su-ho's mind was filled with legends about the ancient worship. Due to limited resources, Shantian Prefecture couldn't send out too many level 8 cultivators. After discussing with the other 6 prefectures, Shantian Prefecture sent out a group of level 7 cultivators to enter the battlefield of despair to scout the situation. At the same time, the Imperial Sky region indicated for those who had obtained the War Martial Domain token to enter the battlefield of despair immediately. On the same day, Shantian Prefecture issued a level 7 summoning order, summoning all level 7 cultivators to enter the battlefield of despair. These damned bastards! Isn't it obvious that they're sending level 7 cultivators to their deaths? In the Shantian Prefecture, the number 1 person in the battlefield of despair, Tang Nua, couldn't help but show anger on his face. He had a great reputation in the battlefield of despair, so he was naturally familiar with the place. The loss of level 7 city meant that any level 7 cultivators who entered the battlefield of despair would have no support. Under such circumstances, those who weren't familiar with the battlefield of despair, no matter how talented they were, only death awaited them. The scholarly middle-aged man walked into the room. Seeing the furious prefecture lord, he smiled lightly and said, Prefecture lord, although the battlefield of despair can't be predicted, I've seen those little fellows before. They're basically not people with short lives. Perhaps there's still a chance to turn things around. A chance to turn things around? How is that possible? Tang Nua smiled bitterly. According to reliable sources, Zi-chun has already entered the battlefield of despair for more than a year. Perhaps the chance to turn things around lies with Zi-chun, the scholarly middle-aged man added. Perhaps, Tang Nua said indifferently, obviously not in a good mood. The implications of this matter are too great. It's not something that a single force can control. The battlefield of despair has its own rules of conduct. Even if others are willing to let a prefecture's people die for nothing, the battlefield of despair won't allow it. The scholarly middle-aged man continued, Take Meng Shi, for example. Although he doesn't seem to be in the right place, he's very prudent in his actions. It said that he allowed Zi-chun to bring in 3 weapons. A trace of surprise flashed in Tang Nua's eyes. 3 weapons, this is a bit surprising. After a moment of silence, Tang Nua said, This time you should personally go to the battlefield of despair. These little fellows have great potential. I don't want them to die under a scheme. That's not a problem. The summoning order quickly spread to the 108 cities, and some people were named. Chapter 16:23. These 5 people were the top 5 winners of the grand competition. They each received 5 war martial tokens and were required to enter the battlefield of despair. As for the others, there were no other mandatory requirements. They could enter as they wished. For the others in the 108 cities, this gathering was an opportunity to enter the battlefield of despair. It was a place where true experts could train. Normally, only those with the war marshal tokens could enter. Now that they heard that the battlefield of despair was gathering cultivators, those who didn't know the truth eagerly signed up. Soon, the number of people exceeded 1,000. The scholarly middle-aged man who received the news smiled bitterly. He shook his head and said, "There are too many people. We only need 100 people at most." For the sake of these 100 slots, the various cities had almost arranged an additional battle between the powerhouses. Compared to the Shantian prefecture, the cultivators from the other 6 prefectures refused to enter the battlefield of despair. Because it was their first time entering, they went according to their city's ranking. Every city in the top 100 had a spot. As for the bottom 8, they didn't have the qualifications. Of course, these 100 people didn't include the 5 war marshal tokens. The 105 people quickly gathered through the transportation formation and arrived at the Shantian prefecture. During this time, there were naturally some familiar faces. Shantian Dao, Jin Qingqing, Man Shi, Wu Xia, Darkmantle, and the others were already very familiar with them. Other than some familiar faces, there were naturally some who were annoying. For example, Golden Leaf City's Yiming. His strength had also reached the 7th level, and he occupied the Golden Leaf City's spot. As for Jin Qingqing, she had the War Marshal token. When the two sides met, there was naturally no lack of banter. Everyone was already used to this and couldn't be bothered to find out who was right and who was wrong. After that, the middle-aged man led everyone into the Imperial Sky region. The group gathered in the Shantian prefecture. A day later, the scholarly middle-aged man led everyone into the Imperial Sky region. When they arrived at the Imperial Sky region and entered the tavern, he saw Meng Shi talking to a black-clothed man in a low voice. Seeing someone enter, Meng Shi immediately took away a priceless Imperial weapon material on the counter. The two seemed to have reached an agreement. The black-clothed man turned around and coincidentally saw the middle-aged man. He nodded at the other party and smiled kindly. Then he turned around and left the room. The fortune-teller's perception was very sharp. He saw indifference in the other party's smile and said, "The way he looked at us was like a dead man." Everyone's expression changed because no one doubted the fortune-teller's words. The scholarly middle-aged man's face turned ugly as he stared at Meng Shi in an unfriendly manner. Meng Shi looked at the other party and chuckled. "Oh, isn't this Brother Tian? What brings you here?" The scholarly middle-aged man lost his usual calmness and said indifferently, "This material should be used to buy their lives, right?" Meng Shi said unhappily, "Look at what you're saying. Would I, Meng Shi, do such a deal? It's just that I'm kind enough to give you a piece of material, but I just want to teleport these little guys together. This is a good thing, so how can I not help?" The middle-aged man's face turned even uglier. "Then tell me, where are you going to send them?" Meng Shi said without hesitation, "The desert of death." The scholarly middle-aged man stared at Meng Shi, his eyes flashing. Meng Shi stared at the middle-aged man with a smile. Neither of them said a word. In the rear, the faces of Shantian and the others became very ugly. They had just arrived, and they were already being schemed against. Just by hearing the name of the Desert of Death, they knew that it was not a good place. They originally thought that the scholarly middle-aged man would lead them away, or at least fight for fairness. Who would have thought that after looking at each other for a while, the scholarly middle-aged man would actually agree? This time, even Meng Shi's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. "I'll leave them to you." The middle-aged man turned and left. Meng Shi chuckled and said, "Go back and tell Tang Nua that he might be preparing the second batch of people soon." The middle-aged man paused for a moment and said, "Okay, I will definitely tell him." The scholarly middle-aged man left just like that. The crowd seemed to explode, and everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. "Okay, little guys, follow me now. Since you're here, you have no other way out. Enter the battlefield of despair and head north. Meng, she instructed as he walked. Seeing the middle-aged man leave, the black-clothed man from before walked out from the corner and quietly looked at the teleportation array in the distance. As the teleportation array opened, a large area of yellow sand appeared in his line of sight. It was indeed the desert of death. He nodded in satisfaction. After watching the crowd enter reluctantly, he returned to report. In the blink of an eye, all 105 people had entered. Meng, she smiled. However, after a short while, he said in exasperation, "That damn guy, he actually left without worry. Did he really think that I wouldn't dare to kill him?" After muttering a few words, Meng, she returned to the tavern. But in his heart, he was thinking about what benefits he should ask for next time. The foreign race army waited outside the desert of death for 3 days. After 3 days, they turned and left. They hid in the dark and observed for another 2 days. When they did not see the return of those humans, they were completely relieved and truly left. 1 day later, Ziqin brought the group back. After staying in the desert of death for 6 days, they had suffered greatly. Fortunately, there were no casualties. When they returned to the edge of the desert, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They sent 2 people to stand guard, and the others to treat their injuries and recover. As for Ziqin, he took out the spoils from his interspatial pouch and began to distribute them. Actually, this distribution was just a matter of registration. After the registration, the items returned to Ziqin's hands. Everyone doesn't have many spiritual crystals left. If you recover from your injuries, get some more tree marrow so that you can refine the next batch of spiritual crystals. Before entering the secluded woods, Ziqin instructed. After entering the secluded woods, Cauldron Spirit took out all the items from the shop. There were many refining materials, some medicinal pellets, and quite a lot of spiritual crystals. Unfortunately, there was no interspatial pouch. Ziqin was very disappointed. Cauldron Spirit began to refine the alien hearts, while Ziqin began to organize the spoils. He put aside the useful items and the useless items. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. Ziqin walked out of the secluded woods. Of the 20 people in the party, only 7 or 8 remained. The rest had temporarily gone elsewhere. After waiting for another day and waiting for everyone to return, Ziqin distributed the fragments of laws that they deserved according to their harvest. After distributing the spoils according to their contributions, the party exchanged their tree marrow for a new batch of spiritual crystals from Ziqin. During the exchange, Wharton was somewhat absent-minded. He had been thinking about how to enhance his weapons. Ziqin had his own plans for this, but before he could give the order, a person suddenly appeared in his perception. It was a person who should not be here. Ziqin's expression turned vigilant. He clenched his spear and looked ahead. The party's expression also became extremely cautious. When Old Man Schenker appeared and saw that everyone was looking at him vigilantly, a trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Soon after, he smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you all in a battle stance? Do you not welcome me? Who are you?" Ziqin looked at Old Man Schenker and asked indifferently. The old man stared blankly for a moment before he smilingly asked, "Who do you think I am? I have long guessed that you are very vigilant, but I didn't expect that even this old man couldn't do it. TSK, TSK. It has only been a short time and you have already made a breakthrough. It seems that your potential is really high." Ziqin still stared at the old man unkindly. The old man did not care at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Boy, you are looking at me so vigilantly. Are you going to renege on your debt?" "Renege on what debt?" Ziqin remained calm. "When you took away the storage bag, you said that it was a debt," Old Man Schenker said. Only Ziqin and Old Man Schenker knew about this matter. The others did not know at all. Ziqin confirmed the old man's identity, but he was still puzzled. "Why are you here?" "To give you some resources." "Us?" "Yes, you. You have successfully escaped from the Orc City. Apart from the desert of death and the secluded forest, there is nowhere else to go." At this point, Zichen knew that the news of the invasion of the alien city had spread. After the old man explained the purpose of his visit, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "What good things did you bring? It just so happens that we have materials here that we can exchange with you. But remember, the price is lower than normal." Zichen completely let down his guard. The old man stepped forward and asked curiously, "What good things do you have?" Zichen glanced at everyone and said, "Take out all the things that we don't need for the time being and exchange them for something useful." With that, everyone walked around and dug out one big bag after another from the ground. They took out a lot of materials. Seeing those materials, the old man's expression changed slightly. "What do you want? Spirit crystals? Pills?" the old man asked. These should be the things that everyone lacked the most at the moment. But after the old man said that, he found that everyone was indifferent. Instead, some people even curled their lips, as if saying that those things were rare. Zichen stepped forward and said, "We don't want spirit crystals or pills. We want some high-quality weapons, armor, and boots. They must be high quality and preferably without special effects." Oh, the old man's eyes lit up and he looked at Zichen curiously. Obviously, from the beginning, Zichen spoke as if he was the leader. After thinking carefully, the old man understood the reason and said in surprise, "You succeeded?" "Of course," Zichen said proudly. After that, the two of them walked into the forest. Along the way, they whispered to each other. No one knew what they were talking about, but when they returned, the old man and the young man had satisfied smiles on their faces. The old man took away all the materials, leaving behind some weapons with special effects. Although these things were worthless in Zichen's eyes, in the eyes of everyone else, they were precious treasures. After the old man left, Zichen looked at everyone and began to give instructions on what to do next. "Everyone, from now on, don't do anything. Just focus on killing the male scorpions." Everyone was puzzled, and Miao Si stepped forward to ask the reason. Zichen didn't hide anything and said directly, "The tail of the male scorpion has two special effects, armor penetration and poison. I happen to be able to refine it. Next, you capture the male scorpions, and I will buy them back at the price of 10 crystals each." This book came from the web. Read the original content first. Chapter 16:24. If you wanted to get something, you had to pay a price. This was the rule of the battlefield of despair, and no one objected to it. Moreover, Zichen had bought it at a normal price. Thinking back to the shock Zichen's saber had given them, they were very excited. Weapons with the armor-piercing special effect were the most expensive of all the special effects. They didn't hesitate and headed straight for the Desert of Death. The fastest was Wharton, who had been eyeing the armor-piercing special effect for a long time. Looking at the group charging into the Desert of Death in the blink of an eye, Zichen turned and walked towards the secluded forest. Next, he needed to refine the law crystals and increase his strength. Old man Schenker would come again in a month, so Zichen only had a month to refine the law crystals. A month passed quickly, and Zichen finished refining them. His strength had increased again. Next, he walked out of the secluded forest. From afar, Zichen saw piles of male scorpion corpses. They were like small hills, piled up into 20 piles of varying sizes. This was the harvest of the 20 people in a month. From a visual estimate, there were close to 10,000 male scorpion corpses. Zichen was very satisfied with this number. The more scorpion corpses, the better. Zichen watched from the side, quietly waiting for old man Schenker to come. The old man came a day later than scheduled, but when he arrived and saw the piles of male scorpion corpses, he was greatly shocked. Zichen smiled. "As long as we find a way, the Desert of Death isn't scary at all." Nodding, old man Schenker didn't ask for details. Instead, he said, "I've brought all the things you wanted." "You brought the storage bag too?" Zichen looked at the old man. After the two of them had haggled over the price of the pouch of holding last time, Zichen had become the payment for informing the outsiders in advance of the siege. As for this pouch of holding, it was clearly on credit. Consider it cheap. It's 10 meters wide. It's one of my few private stashes. Old man Schenker handed the storage bag to Zichin. Zichin opened it and saw the many weapons. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. Why are there so many weapons? Don't you think you have too few people? Moreover, a new group of people will arrive soon. You will be responsible for their safety. Old man Schenker said, If I'm in charge, how would I know where they're coming from? Old Schenker pointed to the depths. Zichin said unhappily, Do you want me to run into the depths of the desert every day? I don't have that much free time. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. In any case, once a batch dies, another batch will appear soon. It doesn't matter. The Imperial Sky region doesn't have many things, but it has a lot of people. The old man didn't seem to mind. After rummaging through the storage pouch, Zichin stretched out his hand and said, Where's the map? Give it to me. Kid, this is the crystallization of the wisdom of several generations. Its value is immeasurable. Old man Schenker reluctantly took out a glowing book from his bosom with a pained look on his face. Don't worry. I promise you that I won't let you suffer a loss. These can be considered as the initial investment. Zichin snatched the money away without hesitation. The transaction was over. Of course, Zichin was once again in debt. After the transaction, the old man had no intention of leaving. Zichin didn't chase him away either. Instead, he pointed to the male scorpion corpses in the distance and said, Just in time. Help me count them. Old man Schenker didn't refuse. Soon, he helped Zichin count a pile of male scorpion corpses. There were a total of 500 of them. I'm sure it's 500. You can't miss anyone else's, Zichin said again. The old man said solemnly, Old man Schenker is a man of integrity. He doesn't cheat anyone. Zichin rolled his eyes and put away the pile of male scorpion corpses. Then he threw out 8 mid-stage fragments and put down 200 spirit crystals. Kid, what's the meaning of this? The old man was puzzled. The starting price is 5,000 spirit crystals, Zichin said without turning his head. At the same time, he was counting the number of male scorpion corpses. 5,000 spirit crystals. These little things are worth 600 spirit crystals each. Hey, these are law chips. There's only one law in them. After the old man took out one and checked it, his eyes immediately widened. He said in disbelief, These things are condensed by you, and it's only 600 spirit crystals each. Glancing at the old man, Zichin knew what the other party was planning. He said directly, Special times require special treatment. 600 spirit crystals is just the cost price. If you want them, you have to pay 1,000. The old man put down the mid-stage law chip with some disappointment and said, 1,000 isn't expensive. Unfortunately, this thing isn't of much use now. There's no 7th-stage law chip over there. Zichin smiled coldly and threw another law chip to the old man. He said, This thing is 100,000 spirit crystals each. The old man subconsciously caught it. After sensing it again, his eyes immediately lit up. He asked 8th-stage law chips, How many of these do you have? Only 3. I've only killed 8 8th-stage foreign race members, Zichin said. Good kid, you're really something. This thing's level is too high. You can't use it now. Give them all to me. I'll buy them all, the old man said excitedly. A total of 300,000 spirit crystals. If you want to trade more, you have to bring me some 8th-stage hearts next time. I don't know how to calculate the price. Just give me the lowest price. Okay, an 8th-stage foreign race heart is 20,000 spirit crystals each. Next time, I'll bring you 15. No, I'll bring you 50. You can owe me first. The old man's eyes flashed with the light of spirit crystals. 1 heart could earn 80,000 spirit crystals. This was clearly a way to make money. However, Zichin didn't immediately agree. Instead, he pondered for a moment before saying, Okay, but I can't guarantee that I can provide you with too much. After all, the most important thing for us now is to survive. Survive. The old man looked at Zichen strangely, who would attack other people's cities in order to survive. Zichen quickly counted the second group of male scorpions and gave them the same amount of spirit crystals. After that, Zichen counted the corpses of the other male scorpions and gave them the corresponding compensation. After that, he walked towards the secluded forest. Old man Schenker made a gesture to follow him. Zichen immediately waved his hand and said, "Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter." The old man stared blankly for a moment. He knew that this was Zichen's secret and could only wait outside. Just like that, Zichen went back and forth several dozen times before he finally brought over 10,000 male scorpions into the secluded forest and had the medicinal cauldron refine them. The weapons that old man Schenker brought over this time were all high-quality fine weapons. It could be said that they were only one step away from having special effects attached to them. 2 days later, all 10,000 male scorpions were refined. Following Cauldron Spirit's instructions, Zichen placed 20 fine weapons into the cauldron. Following that, another 5 days of waiting passed. The 20 fine weapons flew out of the cauldron one after another. Immediately after, Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded. "This batch of weapons is too inferior. The activation rate of the special effects is only 30%. Upon hearing that, Zichen's face lit up with joy. It must be noted that this batch of weapons corresponded to the late 7th Heaven Realm. Their activation rate was as high as 30% for weapons of the same level. Therefore, in the hands of an intermediate 7th Heaven Realm expert, the chances of breaking through armor would be as high as 60% to 70%. Zichen took the 20 weapons that had been enhanced with special effects and walked towards the outside. When he arrived, he discovered that old man Schenker had yet to leave. There were 20 more piles of male scorpions on the ground. As for the spirit crystals, they were nowhere to be seen. "Why haven't you left yet?" asked Zichen curiously. "I wanted to see your results. Also, let me remind you that the first batch of people might be arriving soon," said old man Schenker. Zichen sent out a beam of energy into the air. It was a communication signal that could only be used within a range of 10 miles. Soon enough, the 20 men returned one after another. After such a long battle, the killing intent surging around them had become even more intense. One of them had even broken through to the late 7th Heaven Realm. When they arrived, they looked at Zichen with eyes full of expectation. Zichen looked at them and said with a smile, "Everyone, I've lived up to your expectations. The armor-piercing weapons have been condensed." Excitement immediately appeared on everyone's faces. Zichen took out 20 weapons from his storage bag. There were both swords and sabers. He placed them on the ground and said, "These weapons are worth 100,000 spirit crystals each. If they suit you, take them. You can pay me back slowly. If not, forget it." 100,000 spirit crystals was not a high price for them. They stepped forward and took out their weapons curiously. Then they released their spiritual senses to investigate. Then they all widened their eyes and looked at Zichen in disbelief. Among them, Myosi said in a trembling voice, "Master Zichen, are you sure this weapon only costs 100,000 spirit crystals?" The others also looked at Zichen nervously. Zichen nodded, judging from everyone's expressions. He knew that they were very satisfied with these weapons. "Master, have you seen the special effects? Are you sure?" Myosi asked again. She needed to confirm again. For the late stage, it should only have a 30% armor-piercing effect. As for the poisoning effect, it should be less than 15%. If it's for the middle stage, it should be 70% or 80%. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, he heard a scream. Then, old man Schenker rushed over like a madman. He snatched the weapon from Wharton's hand and released his spiritual senses to investigate. Then, his hand holding the long saber trembled. It's really double the special effects." How did you do it?" Zi-chan smiled but did not say anything. Obviously, this was a secret. The old man did not ask. Instead, he shouted, 200,000 spirit crystals. Sell it to me for 200,000 spirit crystals. I want all 20 of them. As soon as the old man finished speaking, everyone looked at him with unkind eyes. The old man suddenly came to his senses and smiled awkwardly. You don't need this thing now. Let's talk about it later. They need this thing the most now. Let's go with the original price. 100,000 spirit crystals for each spirit crystal. Next, you can pay with male scorpions or other things like tree marrow. After Zi-chan finished speaking, he rushed toward the desert of death. Where are you going? Old man Schenker asked. What do you think? Zi-chan replied in annoyance. Old man Schenker shouted from afar. How about I bring you a group of 8th rank soldiers next time? I'm only at the 7th rank. I can't condense an 8th rank special effect yet. After saying this, Zi-chan's figure disappeared into the horizon. Everyone already knew how powerful Zi-chan was. Now that they saw Zi-chan enter the depths of the desert, they were not worried at all. This guy, how did he do it? In just a few days, he made 20 weapons with special effects, and all of them are double the special effects. Could it be that he's condensing them in batches? After muttering to himself for a while, he realized that no one was paying him any attention. Old man Schenker felt bored and decided to go back. There were some things that couldn't be rushed. This book came from the web. Read the original content as soon as possible. Chapter 16:25. The team of 105 people arrived at the desert of death directly. The same defensive light barrier and the same basic knowledge aroused everyone's curiosity about this area. The light barrier disappeared quickly. Everyone was curious. After a few miles, they encountered the first wave of attacks from the twin scorpions. The team of 100 people lost more than 10 people in an instant. This was under the condition that a few people with sharp senses told them in advance. The rest of the cultivators flew into the air. Then, someone was poisoned and fell to the ground. Looking at the twin scorpions that ate the cultivators in an instant, everyone's expression changed. Energy was draining quickly. The scorching desert was like a flame roasting everyone. The long-awaited life and death crisis surfaced in everyone's hearts. Go north! Obedient Tiandao shouted and headed north. After flying for a few miles, a group of female scorpions crawled out from the sand. The first wave of soul attacks caught them off guard and killed more than 10 people. The team of 100 people only moved for about 10 miles. There were only 60 people left. The energy in our bodies is draining too fast. If this continues, everyone's energy will be depleted before we reach the end, Fortune Teller said with a sullen face. Damn, old man. He must be the one who killed us. Man sure gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. What should we do now? We don't have weapons, and our energy is draining too fast. When our energy is depleted, we will become food for these big guys. Wu Xie didn't have any idea. Usually at this time, Zi-chan would be the one to make the decision. Jin Qingqing looked into the distance. The yellow sand was endless. If this continued, everyone would die. After thinking for a while, she said directly, if this continues, everyone will die unless they are willing to cooperate. Everyone looked at Jin Qingqing. No one wanted to die. 5 people in a group. 1 person in each group will use his energy to carry the others. The other 4 will restrain all their energy. This way we may be able to hold on for a long time, Jin Qingqing said. This was indeed a method, but everyone quickly saw the drawbacks. What if the first person was kicked out by the other 4 after exhausting his energy? After all, 1 less person meant 1 less energy consumption. This way, the last person had the highest chance of escaping. However, everyone wanted to be the last person. No one was willing to be the first. At this moment, everyone would undoubtedly choose someone they were familiar with. However, at this moment of life and death, it seemed that even familiar people were not reliable. All right, split into groups. This was everyone's only chance at survival, and no one would reject it. The difficulty lay in the grouping. Fortunately, Zi-Chun had helped some people solve this problem many years ago. On that day, at that critical moment, more than 10 people were willing to protect Zi-Chun. In the end, Zi-Chun sacrificed himself to save a dozen more people. Coincidentally, more than half of those people were in this team. Qing, I'll be in the same group as you. Yi Ming smiled and flew over. Man sure moved in a flash and stopped Yi Ming. He said, "No, we'll be in the same group." Yi Ming glared at him and said, "What do you mean?" "Nothing. I just don't trust you." Naturally, Man Sure and the rest would not be in the same group as Yi Ming. The longer they stayed, the closer they would be to death. After glaring fiercely at Man Sure, Yi Ming could only team up with the rest. The team was quickly formed, and everyone cooperated and flew toward the north. During this time, the fortune teller consumed precious energy and performed a divination for everyone. He then shouted, "Everyone trust me. This time, the divination shows that we'll be safe. So don't do anything stupid. This is the land of despair. There are opportunities everywhere, but there are also dangers everywhere. We all come from the same place. In such a dangerous time, we should work together to get through this together," Shantian Dao also shouted. Jin Qingqing glanced at the two of them, and a hint of mockery flashed in her eyes. Then she said coldly, "Everyone, if we work together, we can all get out of here alive. If anyone tries anything, as long as I'm still alive, I'll make sure they die 10 times more cruel than being eaten by scorpions." Many people shuddered in their hearts. Being eaten alive by scorpions was already very cruel. No one dared to imagine being 10 times more cruel than that. Compared to the encouragement of Shantian Dao and the fortune teller, Jin Qingqing's threat was greater. Therefore, everyone worked together and moved forward. At the same time, Zi-Chun, who sensed the teleportation fluctuation, also flew toward where everyone was at. Scheming would lead to death, but not scheming would give them a chance of survival. For the rest of the journey, everyone was relatively well behaved. Everyone cooperated well. The second cultivator ran out of energy, and the third cultivator followed. The sand below suddenly rolled, and female scorpions appeared one after another. They lined up neatly like well-trained soldiers. They raised their heads and launched soul attacks. Compared to the scattered attacks from before, the current attacks were more condensed. Several people were careless and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Wu Xia couldn't help but curse. "Damn things, they're as orderly as an army. There must be a scorpion king commanding them." As if to verify Wu Xia's words, a big guy about 10 meters long appeared from the yellow sand. "Yo!" As soon as it appeared, it roared at everyone. A ripple visible to the naked eye swept toward everyone in the sky. In an instant, everyone's bodies began to shake. Figures fell to the ground one by one, and were covered by yellow sand in the blink of an eye. Several people died. Only half of the 100-man team remained. Puff! Man Sure, who had exhausted all his energy, coughed up blood after receiving this attack. His body swayed. If not for Wu Xia holding him at the critical moment, Man Sure would have fallen. "Let's go!" The multiple soul attacks had drained everyone's energy, so they had to speed up. However, with the Scorpion King overseeing them, female scorpions appeared one after another. They lined up neatly in a square formation and launched soul attacks. Many people swayed and were on the verge of collapse. Below, the Scorpion King was still chasing after them. Its speed on the sand was not slower than the others. At the same time, it kept launching soul attacks one after another, draining everyone's energy. The fourth person's energy was quickly depleted, and the last person went up. The yellow sand was still endless, and the Scorpion King was still chasing after them. Everyone was in despair. However, in the next moment, something that made them even more desperate happened. The Scorpion King that had been harassing them previously suddenly rose into the air. This thing could fly. At such a close distance, As long as it launched a soul attack, more than half of the people would die. Everyone was in despair, and their eyes were filled with despair. Only the fortune-teller had a face of doubt, because the divination just now clearly showed that it was more frightening than dangerous. The Scorpion King was in the air, and its mouth was already open. A wave of soul power spread out, and in the next moment it would form a soul attack. Seeing that it was about to kill these humans, a hint of fear flashed in the Scorpion King's eyes. It did not launch a soul attack, but instead let out a shrill scream. This scream pierced everyone's eardrums, causing their heads to buzz. However, it was only a sound wave and there was no soul attack. The people could not block a single attack from the Scorpion King, but they did not understand what the latter was afraid of. The sound of something breaking through the air came from the horizon, and there was also a faint dragon's roar. A silver light appeared in everyone's line of sight. The silver light cut through the sky, and with a powerful force, shot straight at the Scorpion King. The Scorpion King's body kept twisting in the air, struggling to escape, but the rainbow light arrived in an instant. Blood spurted out, and the spear carried the Scorpion King's body into the distance. In the process of flying, the people saw the Scorpion King's body rapidly shrivel. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. However, when the Scorpion King died, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not die. Another problem appeared in everyone's minds. The yellow sand was endless, and even one person might not be able to leave alive. If they carried the 4 people who had lost their energy, they would undoubtedly die. However, before they could make a decision, a figure appeared in their line of sight. It was a very young human wearing a black robe. As long as it was a human, there was hope. Hope rekindled in everyone's hearts. As the black-robed man approached, many people found that he seemed to be very familiar. Wu Xie and Man sure rubbed their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Shen and Dark Mantle also opened their eyes wide, looking at the black-robed man in front of them in disbelief. Zi Qin! Jin Qingqing cried out in alarm. The black-robed man was Zi Qin. When he saw the group of people, he was obviously stunned. Finally, he heard loud exclamations. In the group, there was Shantian, Fortune Teller, Man Shi, Wu Xie, and many other familiar faces. Zi Chun was stunned. He did not expect that most of the people that old man Schenker mentioned were his friends. Because everyone was too excited, they neglected the existence of their companions, causing them to lose control of their energy and fall from the sky. Exclamations sounded again. Seeing this, Zi Chun immediately waved a light of energy to hold everyone back. He understood the situation at a glance. There was no time to reminisce. He shook his hand and threw out a piece of spirit crystal, saying, "Absorb the energy first." Everyone caught a piece of spirit crystal and began to absorb the energy in it. At the same time, they slowly stabilized themselves. "Why are you all here?" Zi Qin came forward and asked almost at the same time as the others. "It's a long story. Let's go to the safe zone first." The dragon soul spear devoured the giant scorpion's vitality and flew back into Zi Chen's hand in a stream of light. "Hey, this is your dragon spear. How did you bring a weapon in?" Wu Xie saw the familiar weapon and asked in confusion. "Is it strange?" "Everyone can bring a weapon in," Zi Chen said. Everyone looked at Zi Chen as if they were looking at a monster. "Why, you can't?" Then Zi Chen found that everyone was empty. Not only were there no storage bags, but there were also no spirit crystals. Now, Zi Chen vaguely understood the purpose of his reward. "We'll talk about this later. Follow me first." Zi Chen led the way in front, and the others followed behind. As for the twin scorpions below, they were no longer a threat to the group. Along the way, Zi Chen also hunted some male scorpions. Halfway through, everyone's spirit crystals were used up. Zi Chen threw another piece to each of them and told them to keep the account first. Everyone was confused. This book came from the web. Read the original content first. Chapter 16:26. When Wharton and the others saw Chen return with a group of people, their faces were filled with doubt. When the group landed, everyone had a look of relief on their faces. At the same time, they were extremely grateful to Chen. There were 105 people when they came, and now there were only 56 left. 49 people had died. It was a miracle that so many people were still alive after encountering the Scorpion King. Seeing that everyone was talking and laughing with Chen and looking very excited, Miyoshi could not help but ask, "Master Chen, are these your friends?" Chen smiled and said, "They're my life and death brothers. They're all from Shantian Prefecture." Miyoshi nodded and smiled kindly at them. People like Miyoshi would not be bothered by the geniuses in the outside world. However, in this world, late-stage 7th level was indeed a powerhouse. The current Miyoshi could fight 10 people from Shantian Dao without any problem. After catching up, Chen began to explain the rules of this world and the situation they were facing. After hearing that, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that the battlefield of despair, which was already extremely difficult, would now have no foothold. Looking at everyone's bitter faces, Chen patted everyone's shoulders and said, "Don't worry, I have supplies here. However, you have to exchange them with something. However, I can record it. Remember, each of you now owes me 2 spiritual crystals." "TSK, isn't it just 2 spiritual crystals? Tell us how to get it." Yiming curled his lips and said. Chen smiled and then pointed at the small trees in the distance and said, "See those small trees? Kill 70 of them and take 70 of their sap. You can exchange it for 1 spiritual crystal. Isn't it just 70? It's a piece of cake." Yiming did not seem to care. However, when he was about to step forward, he suddenly realized a very serious problem. He did not have a weapon. Immediately, he stopped in his tracks and looked embarrassed. "If you have extra weapons on you, you can sell them to them." Chen looked at the 20 people and took out a few ordinary weapons from his storage bag and distributed them to Wu Xie and the others. "These will be 2 spiritual crystals for you. Now you owe me 4. Looking at the serious Chen, Wu Xie curled his lips and said, "I say, is it necessary to calculate so clearly?" Chen nodded and said seriously, "Of course it's necessary. These are the rules of this world." Seeing Chen's serious expression, everyone nodded solemnly. Almost everyone had gotten a weapon. Looking at those small trees, they were eager to give it a try. "In this place, your strength will be greatly suppressed, so you must not be careless." After that, Chen didn't say anything else. They were here to gain experience. Only the path that they found on their own was the most suitable for them. There was no point in saying too much. Here, everything depends on oneself. Soon, everyone went to cut down those small trees one after another. Only Jin Qingqing was still there. Chen asked in surprise, "Why don't you go?" Jin Qingqing looked at Chen and smiled. "I want to see you." Chen blushed with embarrassment. "You really haven't changed." Seeing Chen's expression, Jin Qingqing smiled again. This time she was very happy. "You think I've changed? You're so calculative with them. Don't you think you've changed?" Chen was silent for a moment. After a while, he looked at Jin Qingqing and said, "You'll understand soon enough." Whether it was Jin Qingqiang Manshur or the others, they all grew up in the Zhanwu continent. They were favored by the heavens and never worried about resources. Perhaps the most dangerous place they had experienced in their lives was what they encountered in the manor world. However, Chen was different. He had walked step by step from the Tianwu continent to this place. He had experienced too many things. They couldn't imagine what cruelty was. Cutting down trees seemed simple, but it was actually very dangerous. Soon a scream was heard. A 7th-level genius was swept away by a branch. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. The small tree was only equivalent to the peak of the 5th level in the Zhanwu continent. Obviously, everyone couldn't adapt to this place. Soon, a second person died, and several others were injured. Cutting down trees was a very simple job, but everyone was in trouble. Zi-chan watched quietly from afar. He didn't interfere. Soon, the strong man sure succeeded in killing a small tree and obtained a portion of tree sap. However, he consumed 20% of his strength, which was equivalent to half a spiritual crystal. According to the numbers, it was obviously a huge loss. Looking at the tree sap that they obtained with great difficulty, and thinking that 70 portions of tree sap could only be exchanged for one spiritual crystal, everyone gradually understood the value of spiritual crystals. They also had a clear understanding of the debt. During this period of time, Zi-chen went deep into the secluded forest. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but Zi-chen used the most effortless method to kill a few small trees and take some of their sap. Then, he threw the tree sap to Jin Qingchen. Man sure said unhappily, "Why don't you give it to me?" Zi-chen smiled. "Ladies first." After Jin Qingchen took the tree sap, she didn't appreciate it at all. Instead, she looked at Zi-chen and said, "Zi-chen, if you want to pursue me, a few portions of tree sap won't do. At the very least, you have to erase my debt." Zi-chen pretended not to hear and quickly entered the secluded forest. Behind him, laughter came. Only Yi Ming's face was dark. Time passed. Everyone was talking and laughing. Shen Tian gradually became familiar with Mao Si and the others. Then, through them, he gradually learned about the cruelty of this world. He also understood Zi-chen's deep meaning. To be able to owe a newcomer a debt, this was probably the greatest gift in the entire battlefield of despair. This was because the lives of newcomers were the least valuable here. After hearing that there were many people outside the Imperial Sky City who were willing to kill for a spiritual crystal, Shen Tian and the others were even more incredulous. You might not know this, but when Lord Zi-chen first came to the Imperial Sky City, I coincidentally saw him. He was covered in wounds, carrying a Daxus black wolf, and collapsed at the city gates. If it weren't for his good luck and falling within a kilometer, his abdomen would have been broken and his spiritual crystal taken away. Mao Si chuckled, recalling the scene when she first saw Zi-chen. When Wu Xie and the others heard this, their noses became a bit sour, because just yesterday, Zi-chen had brought back a Daxus black wolf as food. At that time, he had even introduced the value of the Daxus black wolf. Who would have thought that Zi-chen had almost died because of a Daxus black wolf? When I saw Zi-chen, it was his first time coming back from a hunt. He was carrying a stack of beast skins on his spear and was almost surrounded. The silent Wharton finally spoke. Everyone chimed in one after another. Shen Tian and the others also gained a deeper understanding of this world. Next, when they killed the saplings, they began to look for ways to consume as much tree sap as possible. Zi-chen, here are 70 portions of tree sap for one spiritual crystal. Man sure walked over, sweating profusely, and took out the tree sap he had accumulated for a period of time. Zi-chen smiled and gave Man sure a spiritual crystal. You now owe me 8 spiritual crystals. Do you want to pay it back quickly? Of course. What method do you have? Man sure nodded. Zi-chan pointed at the desert of death and said, a male scorpion's tail can be exchanged for 10 spiritual crystals. Okay, I'll go. Mansher's eyes flashed with a ruthless light as he turned and walked towards the desert of death. Zi-chen's voice rang out from behind him. I suggest you recover your energy first. During this period of slaughter, the twin scorpions no longer appeared within a kilometer of the desert of death. Mansher directly walked 2 kilometers away. 15 minutes later, Mansher staggered back, carrying a male scorpion on his back. There was a hole in his leg from which black blood flowed out. However, Mansher's body was special, so the poison could not do anything to him. Among the group, Mansher was the first to pay off his debt. As they became more familiar with their combat strength, they no longer focused on killing small trees. Instead, they went to some nearby places and hunted some beasts to exchange for resources. After a month, they had almost adapted to this place. Old Man Schenker came again with an additional 58th tier hearts and a new batch of refined weapons. After seeing the dozens of newcomers, he nodded with satisfaction and asked Zichen if he needed anything else. If you have enough in stock, give me more 7th tier hearts. These things are what we lack the most right now. Schenker nodded and said, the battle is still going on. Many 7th tier foreign creatures die every day. This is easy to handle. After that, the old man left. The first batch of newcomers were all geniuses. After adapting to this world, they improved very quickly. During the continuous battles, everyone knew their own weaknesses. After that, they came to Zichen to exchange for things that could make up for their weaknesses. For example, Manshur came to Zichen first and bought a pair of boots that increased his speed by 10%. This greatly increased his efficiency. Wu Xie even bought an armor-piercing weapon for 100,000 spirit crystals. As for Fortune Teller, after exchanging for a defensive armor, he brought back a 7th tier late-stage, soul-devouring leopard on the 3rd day. This was a beast of this world. It did not belong to the Dax race. It had the ability to devour souls. After refining it, one could condense the soul-devouring effect. Xin Dao had recently understood the rules of the Heavenly Dao. He could borrow a bit of the Heavenly Dao's power. Although it consumed a lot of energy, it was still very powerful. These geniuses continued to grow, but Zichen kept stopping them from killing the foreign creatures. Here, not only could they exchange for spirit crystals, other things could be exchanged for spirit crystals too. For example, rats with agility buffs, beetles with defense buffs, and bears with strength buffs. The first 20 people were also shocked when they saw the growth of the newcomers. When Xin Dao brought back an 8th tier beast one day, everyone was even more shocked. Old Man Schenker came again and again. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Out of the 56 newcomers, only 50 remained. However, almost all of them had an armor-piercing weapon. Apart from a few who were still in debt, most of them had paid off all their debts. Old Man Schenker came for the 7th time. This time, he brought a lot of blood-colored crystal chips to Zichen. The exchange rate for spirit crystals was 10,001. In other words, one crystal chip could be exchanged for 10,000 spirit crystals. The function of the crystal chip was to summon an item with one's mind, just like how Zichen could summon the Wuji pill cauldron. This book is from the web. Read the original content as soon as possible. Chapter 16, 27. Every time Schenker left, they would come to Zichen to see if they could exchange for something useful. Of course, this was limited to the previous 20 people. As for Shen Tiandao and the others, they didn't have so many spirit crystals left. What are these? Seeing the blood-red crystal, everyone came over curiously. These are special items that cost 10,000 spirit crystals each. Its only function is to summon something you've used before, Zichen explained. Is there such a good thing? We can summon anything? Everyone was a little moved. In theory, yes, but having the blood-red crystal is only one of the conditions. As for the thing you summon, the price depends entirely on the value of the item. What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled. This blood-red crystal is only a medium, a bridge to the domain world. It can't really summon. If you want to summon it successfully, you have to pay a certain price. As for what the price is, it has to do with the quality of the thing you want to summon. Zichen's explanation was very clear, and everyone understood. After pondering for a moment, they shook their heads and chose to give up. They could only summon some weapons, and they couldn't guarantee whether the weapons would be recognized by the domain world. Although they had some savings, 10,000 spirit crystals was not a small amount. No one was willing to risk 10,000 spirit crystals. Give me one. Wharton stepped forward and gave Zichen 5 late-stage, 7th-layer beast hearts in exchange for a blood-red crystal. With the blood-red crystal in hand, Wharton's spiritual sense probed it. After a moment, Wharton put away the blood-red crystal and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Obviously, the price of summoning something was a bit high, but this also proved that this thing was special. Give me one. Another voice sounded, and the crowd split to the sides. Shen Tiandao walked over. Although Shen Tiandao was only an early-stage 7th-layer beast, he had killed an 8th-layer beast. No one present dared to underestimate him, not even Wharton. In addition to Shen Tiandao, fortune teller, Man Shi, and the others were all geniuses. Although they had only been in the battlefield of despair for half a year, if they really went all out, it was hard to say who would live and who would die. Half a year ago, when Shen Tiandao had first entered the battlefield of despair, Mao Si still had the confidence to take on 10 Shen Tiandao members at once. But now, whether she could win in a 1-versus-1 battle was still a question. Ziqin glanced at Shen Tiandao. Shen Tiandao raised his hand and said, "Same old rules." Under everyone's envious gazes, Ziqin tossed a blood-red crystal to Shen Tian. As everyone gradually adapted to this world, Ziqin no longer haggled over the gains and losses of spirit crystals. It was fine if they could pay their debts, but it was fine if they couldn't. Shen Tiandao, who had also extended his spiritual senses and put away the crystal chip, frowned slightly. Without saying a word, he turned around and left. "Give me one too." Just as Shen Tiandao left, a light voice rang out. Jin Qingqing, dressed in a golden robe, walked over. Standing in front of Ziqin, a pair of beautiful eyes stared straight at Ziqin. Without even needing to pay on credit, Ziqin immediately handed over a chip. "Thank you." Jin Qingqing gritted her teeth and thanked him softly. Deliberately, her voice was even softer to the bone. Ziqin's expression froze, and a touch of annoyance flashed across his face. Everyone around couldn't help but laugh. Obviously, this coquettish "thank you" was very pleasant and comforting. However, Ziqin would lose 10,000 spirit crystals just because of this. It was undoubtedly a big loss. It was very difficult to get the spirit crystals back from Jin Qingqing. It wasn't that the latter's combat strength was too weak to get the spirit crystals, but nearly 50% of her expenses were spent on clothes and other decorations. Jin Qingqing had 7 or 8 pieces of clothes with many special effects, and there were also a lot of boots with special effects. Because there were too many things, it was difficult to store them. She also owed Ziqin a 2-meter-long storage bag. These were all debts. After Jin Qingqing left, the fortune teller came forward and took a blood-red crystal chip on credit. Man Shi and Wu Xia also came forward and looked at Ziqin eagerly. Both of them had a new debt recently, and they were too embarrassed to ask for another debt. Therefore, Ziqin could only give it away for free. In this way, the blood-red crystal chips sent by old man Schenker changed owners in the blink of an eye. Ziqin couldn't even keep one for himself. After that, everyone began to work hard for the goal on the blood-red crystal chip. On this day, Ziqin called Miao Si. Miao Si stood next to Ziqin, looking a little cautious. Shen Tian and the others were very strong, and he didn't want to provoke them. However, the strongest person in the group was neither Shen Tian nor Wharton, but Ziqin. During this period of time, although Ziqin didn't make a breakthrough in his realm, his combat strength had increased to an unfathomable level. After telling Miao Si some things to pay attention to, Miao Si left with the 18 people except for Wharton. Ziqin turned and walked toward the secluded forest. For outsiders, the secluded forest was dangerous, but it had always been Ziqin's closed-door cultivation place. When the sapling discovered the intruder, Ziqin, it extended its branches and immediately launched an attack. Swoosh! The black saber was unsheathed, and the shining saber light drew a perfect circle around Ziqin. The circular saber light spread in all directions, extending for 100 meters. All life within 100 meters disappeared. Sheathing the saber, Ziqin went deeper. As for the tree sap, Ziqin didn't have the leisure to pick it up. Soon, Ziqin walked to the area of the big trees that contained the tree crystals. He used to stop here, but these trees couldn't stop him now. The attacks of the big trees were even sharper. Every branch was like a spear shooting at Zichin. Looking at the spears and branches shooting at him from all directions, Zichen's figure flashed, and he flashed through the attacks like a wisp of smoke. He then unsheathed his saber and slashed at the tree. Ka! The armor-piercing effect was activated. The saber light cut open the tree, and a sparkling tree crystal appeared in front of Zichin. The value of the tree crystal was 10 times higher than the tree marrow, and it was pure. It was equivalent to the heart of a late-stage 7th-layer alien. After taking the tree crystal, the tree still had a tenacious vitality. The branches were still struggling. A silver light flashed, and the dragon's spear pierced into the tree. It began to devour the tree's energy, turning it into its own. After reaching the tree crystal area, Zichin walked a few more miles. He killed more than 100 trees and obtained more than 100 tree crystals. Then Zichin sat cross-legged at the center of the area and began to refine the law fragments. Due to his 100% success rate, Zichin had accumulated a lot of law chips. At present, Zichin had only refined 2 types of law chips. One was strength, and the other was combat agility. Only Zichin could be so picky. Moreover, he was only refining the law fragments of late-stage, 7th-layer law fragments. While Zichin was refining the law fragments, Cauldron Spirit was also refining other items. At present, Zichin still had more than 100 armor-piercing weapons on him. These were Zichin's private stash. If he sold all of them, he would be able to make an immeasurable fortune. Currently, Zichin didn't lack spiritual crystals, law chips, or magical robes. The only thing he lacked was time. If Zichin was given enough time, he was confident that he could make a breakthrough to 8th layer in one go. In this state of cultivation, another month quickly passed. Zichin had gotten used to appearing once a month and trading once a month. During this month, more trees grew, and Zichin had to deal with them. When he arrived at the border between the secluded woods and the desert of death, he saw piles of male scorpion corpses. These were the loot of the other members of Shantian Mansion. Old man Schenker once again came as agreed. Zichin grew more and more curious about the old man's combat strength. After another round of trading, old man Schenker asked Zichin what he needed next. Then the old man asked, "What do you think of that matter?" Zichin pondered for a moment before he replied, "The plan is feasible, but if we don't cooperate well, we will be wiped out." "I know what I'm doing. I will cooperate with you," said the old man with a solemn face. "Good. Send people over. Don't send too many. Just send a batch every 2 months." As he spoke, Zichin smiled coldly. If that's the case, some people must be vomiting blood. After arriving here, Shantian Mansion had already informed Zichin of the scene they had seen. Clearly, someone was plotting against them. They would never have expected that they had already gained a foothold in this desert of death. This place was no longer dangerous. Moreover, when Mengshi was teleporting, he seemed to be intentionally moving in Zichin's direction. 2 months? Isn't that a bit rushed? Old man Schenker asked in surprise. As long as you have enough resources, 2 months is not rushed at all. However, I only want geniuses with high comprehension. As for those who are just here to make up the numbers, don't come. After all, if they die, I won't be able to collect my debts. That's good. However, the first batch will take 2 months at the earliest. 2 months should be enough. I think most of them will be able to raise their realms. Old man Schenker left, and Zichin gathered everyone back. Including Wharton, there were a total of 51 people. Mu C and the others had not returned yet. Now, we'll start the exchange for rule chips. The original price of 60 will be changed to 30. As soon as Zichin finished speaking, the crowd immediately cheered. With their understanding of this world, they knew that 60 per piece was already Zichin's cost price. This price was much cheaper than the base price, but now it had been reduced by half. Without explaining the reason, Zichin said, During this period, you all should try to raise your strength as quickly as possible. As for the spirit crystals, you can owe them first. The crowd cheered. If they had endless rule chips to refine, they would be able to raise their realms quickly. Next, everyone began to collect their rule chips. Everyone tried their best to collect as much as possible. Although these were all debts, there was no burden to having too much debt. They already owed tens of thousands of spirit crystals. Who would care about a few dozen spirit crystals? After distributing the rule chips, everyone began to look for a safe place to refine them. Everyone gathered not far away. Zi Chen stood guard for everyone while waiting for Muse C to return. This time, he arranged for Muse C to do something special. 2 days later, Muse C returned in a sorry state. When she left, Muse C had brought a total of 18 people with her. But when she returned, she was the only one. What happened? Seeing Muse C covered in wounds, Zichen couldn't help but frown.